ground control on the Clyde. This could easily be the ice block. He Dragon Express was. He's trying to stall as long as possible, but oh, instant Master Spell. Man is hard carrying in game number 1 and takes Alec out.
Are they going to be able to recover this so far behind? Absolutely, Trill had full control here, and Benruki with stasis from Sidu. Maybe one more big heal is left. Are they going to be able to stay alive with it? He's on 10%, and no, Trill and Absurd will close it out. What a comeback!
Taken across the map, triple Malin and Universal's Vortex pulls in, and it's going to die in the opener off the back of Garecki's blade. He is completely owned.
I think this is it. They're doing the impossible. They take down Matt. I cannot believe it. This is unprecedented. CGN Esports remain in the upper bracket. No defensive, he has no mobility. Simnisi, no, he gets sapped on the drink. That's going to close the game. There's no breakers. They're overwhelming. Hawaii close it out.
Here we go.
Z5 just looking for the counter kill. Both these rogues. Good ball. We're going to get a cross kill.
No way.
It's 1%. Are you kidding me? 1% health. Block gets behind the pillar. This game is absolutely unbelievable.
Hey everybody, and welcome to Dragonlance Cup number 2. Did I say Dragonlance? Dragonflight. I'm getting my expansions mixed up here. Dragonflight Cup number 3, day number 1. It is Friday. We're in the European region for today. Of course, we're hopping over to North America tomorrow. It's the 3rd Cup, Zico. These teams are running out of chances to make it into that top 3. We can take a look at the standings, but what's your take on where we are right now in this EU region?
Well, things are heating up. We're starting to see which teams are going to be pulling ahead here in the standings, which teams are going to start to kind of fall behind. We are looking for that top 3 once that 4th cup is finished. And we do have Dragonlands Roulette there. So maybe that's why you said Dragonlands, because we do have them in 6th. We have them in 6th place there, and they are looking good once again this weekend, making it here to the top 8. So potentially looking to snag up a couple of more points. And we're going to see, some of the bigger teams as well not make it. Admiral Esports currently in 1st. I don't think they made it here this weekend as well. So, this is a chance for some other teams to start picking up those points, and it's going to be tight race all the way through.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, especially with how close the top 3 are, it's kind of getting a little bit top heavy over in the EU region. But this is kind of the format of the first 4 cups. Top 3, of course, is the goal, like we said. And then they're going to be heading to that AWC Gauntlet if they don't quite make it.
Yeah, you really want to be in that top 3 position. If not, you have to go to the Gauntlet, like you mentioned. And that is going to be difficult. If you are the 8th team, or you're 8th in terms of points, you'll have to do a gauntlet, win against the 7th team. The winner of that plays against the 6th team. The winner of that plays against the 5th team. And then the 4th team does a series. And finally, you'll be admitted into the grand finals. But that's not going to be easy. I mean, you got to win 4 series against some of the best teams in the region back to back. Very stressful for the competitors, but it's going to be really fun to watch. That's for sure.
Yeah, most definitely. But we can look here at the bracket, Super Tees. We're starting, of course, in the elimination bracket. So right off the bat, we're going to be sending some teams home. Really surprising, of course, Poggers once again sit in the lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, winning the last cup, usually a finalist as we're expecting, seems to be a little bit of a rough spot for them, particularly the Fiends are a team that has been almost a counter, it would seem, as the Fiends defeated them in the upper side, and they're starting to really tear things up. The only Holy Priest, Survival Hunter, Subtlety Rogue team in the competition, as well as MYWAY this week, is in the upper bracket, defeating Admirals Esports, which we saw in the standings, is actually one of the top point earners. So this could be a crazy week for them. It could absolutely upset the region. This is really unprecedented because normally in these tournaments, it's usually 1 or 2 teams in each region consistently dominating. But in Europe, it feels like it's all over the place and everybody's just trying to grab for the top pog.
Yeah, definitely. So we'll have to see where these teams end up at the end of the day. But we can take a look here. Like you can see at the bottom of your screens, BAEN versus Just for Fen. We're going to see those 2 teams at the top of the morning, Zico. And it sounds like we might have a mirror potentially. What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. So we did see BAEN. They were the RMP team. Actually, the mage of that team did come into my stream a little bit and, ask me what I thought about his gameplay. And it looked pretty good. And I have had some shuffles actually with Shoxy as well. So I've seen these players around, on the ladder. I've seen them around Twitch, and BAEN, they're starting to be one of those teams that they are starting to pick up a little bit of steam here. Last week they did a great job, and this week they are once again in that top 8, running that Arcane Mage RMP. With that Night Elf male mage. Now the other team is a little bit interesting as well, because you have some players who don't compete too often. We've seen Titari in a couple of tournaments here and there, but the rest of the team somewhat unknown maybe if you are only familiar with the players that we see in the AWC, but they are people that have been around for a long time on the ladder. Guys like Nala have been around for a really long time, doing extremely well, especially on the sub-rogue. In the past, he's one of those players who really used to favor that sub-rogue. And Titari, well, he's been a really good fire mage, especially. So it's going to be interesting to see. Maybe, potentially not in the mirror, but there is some chance that we get to see some fire mage this week, and I would really love that.
Ooh, why? What did something happen to fire mages? What did I miss, Zico?
Well, they did buff Fire Mage by 5% and Frost Mage as well, but that was like about a week ago. And we started to see some more Fire Mages, in Solo Shuffle, a little bit more people trying it on the ladder, and it does really well into certain things. Usually not so hot though into like Resto Druids and like kind of hot heavy healers. So it really depends, but the Fire could be good as well in some of these matchups.
All right, well, let's see. First of the day here, elimination, BAEN versus Just for Fun, starting off the day.
Yeah. Now let's see what these teams decide to lock in. It could be a Rogue Mage Priest versus a Rogue Mage Paladin. No.
I called it!
Yeah, and there it is. We're actually going to see the Fire Mage from Titari. This is exciting. I feel like the Fire Mage brings a lot of consistent damage. It's a little bit different than it used to be, where it was really, really combust heavy, and you'd only really do damage during that moment. Now, Fire Mage actually does really respectable, consistent damage in the match, and it can be really hard to shut that damage down. So I feel like if there is any kind of mage race here, I think Titari will be able to get out a little bit more pressure, but we'll have to see. Arcane Mage can be very slippery, and this might end up just being a rogue race as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And, Titari's been doing really, really well, especially on that solo shuffle ladder. He was the #1 fire mage for a while there, before no, I'm just kidding. But yeah, he's been doing a great job. So I'm happy to see it. I think this is a little bit of comfort for him as well, compared to that Arcane Mage. Arcane Mage, a little bit different play style, but the Fire Mage, a lot more aggressive, like you mentioned, compared to before, and a lot less tanky as well. So it's a very consistent spec right now, and we will see what they decide to do here in the opener. So far, both mages getting shut down in the opener. Titari getting caught up in that kidney shot, and he is playing that Shimmer, and it will be Oliak actually getting feared, but Chak going into a full sheep right there. Titari already in some trouble here. Shoxy's all over him, but they are turning it here onto the rope potentially now, just cheap shotting him for some peels there, trying to buy Titari a little bit of breathing room. And the one thing about the Arcane Mage is those spell steals are very, very potent. You can just basically infinitely spam it. That's why the Arcane Mage just has full mana, and the Fire Mage though is already losing a lot of mana, and now Titari already dropping low, and the Void Shift gets forced out there from Chak. Now looking for the polymorph. He is able to find it there, and they do force out Oliak's Trinket there into a full sheep here. Finally, a lot of pressure coming out here onto P-Make. Nice blast wave as well to knock him out of that dome protection, and it will be the Ice Block. It's Master Spell, and there's the Smoke Bomb as well. Big damage coming in as Just for Fun heat up here in game #1, then.
Yeah, really nicely done there by Just for Fun. Titari was kind of holding on to his damage for a really long period of time. But they finally got the crowd control chain, and that combustion, it lasted a very long time, and it's no longer dispellable as well. So that's one thing to keep in mind. Before, an Arcane Mage could just use Kleptomania and remove the combustion. You can no longer do that. So that damage is really not going anywhere. Like I said, it's really hard to shut down. So you really are threatened a lot in this match as the Arcane Mage. You can see right now T-Jack getting interrupted and him falling really far behind. Titari barely holding on here, but using that barrier to keep himself alive. And we can see exactly what happens. You can see Ollie K right now in a polymorph, into the repolymorph. The combustion's out. Instant Mass Dispel into a smoke bomb. And unfortunately, Ollie, they did a bit of a misplay there, where as soon as Ollie got into the smoke bomb, P-Meg blinked out of it, and then he got kidney shot in the smoke bomb. So he actually had the opportunity to save him, but that smoke bomb from Nala got a lot of work done.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's unfortunate, right? Because as the mage, you want to get out of that smoke bomb as soon as possible. And as the healer, you want to get into the smoke bomb as soon as possible to heal your teammate. So definitely a little bit of miscommunication there. But, there's a lot of things happening at the same time. And it was looking good for the Arcane Mage, actually, earlier on. But as soon as they get that one poly, there was a really nice Blast Wave as well, which is a new addition here in BFA, or in Dragonflight. You can knock people with that Blast Wave. And he was in that, that dome protection from that priest before he got that poly, but he just knocked him out of it, sent the combustion, and really, really nice start. Blade's Edge going to be locked in. Now, this is another map where that Blast Wave is going to be absolutely crucial.
Yeah, both mages have it, though. So this is like one of those things where a map pick like Blade's Edge could easily backfire. I find it kind of unlikely that we'll see any kind of composition swap. I feel like it's probably just going to be the Fire versus the Arcane the entire time. Oh, yeah, may the better team win. We'll see who can come out ahead. It is kind of interesting to see the Fire Mage kind of debuted here. It hasn't really got a lot of play time. And Mage is in a really interesting spot right now where all three specs are pretty viable. Most mages in the tournaments are favoring Arcane, but I really do think there's a place for both Frost and Fire, and you can really mix up the compositions. And I feel like even for Rogue, a lot of Rogues right now opting to play the Assassination, but I do think there's the possibility to also go Subtlety. So lots of options for teams that are playing Rogue Mage Priest. Does look like we're going to see kind of a mirror match to the last game. I don't think either team really has a bunch of options. Do you know what Rhapsody plays, or just for fun?
I think he's another rogue, actually.
Okay, so a little bit of Shadowlands style, the double rogue potentially could come out.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. Actually, I'm not 100%, but on his icon frame, it did say that he was another rogue main. So we'll see if our information is accurate right there. But yeah, it's going to be another one of these RMP mirrors. Been a lot of RMP lately, but not a lot with the Fire Mage, And I feel like we have mentioned, a little bit about the Fire Mage. But Fire Mage did receive a couple of buffs, and also, in the new talent tree, they have some interesting choices, because I feel like there's not really one clear spec that a lot of the Fire Mages are opting for. Some people, they like to go for the hyperthermia build. Some people like to go for the short combustion build. Still, they're kind of more similar to Shadowlands playstyle. And even on the PvP talents, there's a lot of options. And I would even say that you have kind of like I would say as Arcane, for example, there are certain talents that I would say are kind of mandatory to use, depending on the matchup, of course. But as Fire, I would say there's one talent, which is usually the Netherwind Armor, that is a little bit open. And I've been experimenting myself with Ice Walls on Blade's Edge, because on Blade's Edge, you can actually cut off the entire bridge with an Ice Wall, and it can just win you the game outright. So I don't know if we're going to see it, but it would be kind of insane if we did see an Ice Wall come out from either of these mages. It could definitely be, a momentum swing.
You know that I love Ice Wall. Like, I'm a big fan of the Ice Wall plays, so let's see if they do end up using that. On this map in particular, it can be really strong. The only way the priest can really deal with it is a Mass Dispel, but then you don't have Mass Dispel for the Ice Block, so you really can mix things up. We'll see if they decide to do that as the gates do open. Nala going to be moving forward right now. You can see T-Jack just wanted to get in combat as soon as possible, and playing on top of the enemy team. And does. So both priests have exchanged damage and now are both in combat, denying the sap from either one of these rogues, as all four DPS are just kind of on top of each other. Beautiful Frost Nova there by Tittery is getting everyone out. P-Make down to a kidney shot. Are they going to pull the trigger on the combustion? An early combustion here on a P-Make. Beautiful counter kidney shot, though. And it does look like Tittery is just going to sit that kidney shot, sit on his combustion damage, and I think P-Make should be able to survive, but the damage is kind of never ending. This could be the Ice Block, which would be an absolute disaster of an opener for BAEN.
Yeah, but they managed to slow it down there with the pain suppression and a nice fake cast coming out there for P-Make, but he's still in a lot of trouble. The smoke bomb once again from Nala. 2 for 2 on those smoke bombs. There's a massive spell coming out. There's the Void Shift as well. Tittery trinketing out, gets the full polymorph here onto Oliek, and they just force the Ice Block. This could be the game here. Jack's pushing in here for the fear. They get the DR kidney shot, but Jack gets caught up in a polymorph himself. He actually deaths it, but he gets re-polyed on DR there. P-Make trying to save his life there with some offensive plays. Tittery now dropping quite low here as the fear does come out onto Oleg, but PMake as well dropping dangerously low. If they can hit a counterspell there onto T-Jack or a fear, it could just be the game, and they do manage to land it. Big damage though onto Nala as well, forced out in that Cloak of Shadows, and they do have that dome once again here, that power word barrier, that big thing on the ground that just faded, saving them from that situation. But Nala now could be an exposed target here if they decide to swap turn, but Tillery as well could also be in a little bit of trouble. He still has the ice block and the cauterize though, so even if he drops to 1 HP, he should be okay. But there's a full, that's it, potentially. They got the full sheep, and they managed to have the damage there to back it up. Beautiful style here from the team of Just for Fun. They get the polymorphs there at the end, and they have the damage to back it up. Had a strong opener there as well, and I was thinking maybe you should just trinket that first kidney and really push for that ice block, but he decided to sit it and then use that trinket a little bit later to get more CC, so it worked out really nicely here for Tillery and Just for Fun.
Yeah, that's the thing. I'd really like to see the damage done at the end of this game, but we can look at the replay. I just feel like for PMake, it's so much more difficult for him to get out damage. He can spam up the spell steals, but the benefit for Tittery in this match is he can spam fire spells, and if he gets interrupted, then he can just spam polymorph, right? So there's multiple threats, whereas for PMake, he basically only has that arcane tree. Of course, he does have the precognition, so if he does fake an interrupt, it gives him a little freedom in the match, but just way more difficult, it seems like, for him to get out damage in this match. The fire is looking really, really strong, and this is actually a really good pressure point for BAEN, but unfortunately the full polymorph sneaks through, and PMake really just doesn't have anything left. Shoxy does what he can with the kidney shot. They almost get the counter kill, so that was a really, really close match, but you can see kind of the damage difference here between Tittery and PMake, almost doubling the damage, and I really do think that's a large part of the benefit of playing fire, right? It's just so much easier to get out your damage in a matchup like this.
Yeah, absolutely. And Fire Mage just has a lot of procs now as well, which is really nice. You know, you have a lot of instant damage, like you mentioned. You have a lot of schools, you know, if you get kicked on a polymorph, you can spam out Ring of Fire. You have shifting power as well on the nature school. So you essentially have the, you know, those 3 schools that you can kind of juggle around. And in addition to that, you also just have a lot of instant cast damage and those procs as well. If he is running hyperthermia, I haven't actually looked at Tittery's spec yet, but yeah, if you get those hyperthermia procs, sometimes you just hit the jackpot. You know, like basically what hyperthermia is that you just get a buff. It lasts 5 seconds, and it makes it so that your pyroblast is 100% chance to crit and 100% less cast time. So it's an instant pyroblast that always crits. So you just spam pyro, and it has a chance to proc whenever you get heating up, or like whenever you get hot streak. So sometimes while you have hyperthermia, your hyperthermia procs off of the hyperthermia, and all of a sudden you have a 10-second just pyroblast spamming mage, you know, just one-shotting somebody. And also during that, and I know Van, you're a big fan of this as well, is when your time warp procs from Time Anomaly, and you're just a hasted up pyroblast spamming machine. So Fire, you know, has a lot of procs, a lot of instant damage, and in matchups like this, where you're fighting Disc Priest, you're fighting Paladins, Mist Weavers, even Evoker, I would say, Fire Mage has a pretty good time. It's against those Resto Druids primarily, where Fire Mage just, it doesn't feel good at all to play it. And that's because you don't have that Kleptomania. You don't really have any good way to deal with those hots. So I was wondering if Oleg maybe would swap things up, but they're all going to stay, everyone's staying true to themselves, and we are going to Hook Point.
Yeah, Hook Point, really small map. I don't really know who this benefits. I mean, probably doesn't really benefit anybody, but maybe BAEN more comfortable on the close quarters. That's why they went to Blade's Edge. That's why they're going to Hook Point. But both teams going to be looking to do kind of the same thing in this matchup. It's just, it's rough. Shoxy's doing a lot of damage, though. I don't know if you saw that. Shoxy actually almost doubled the damage of Nala in that last game, which is very surprising. So obviously having a lot of uptime on Tittery, maybe getting a lot of cleave damage. Maybe that's one of the difference. Shoxy's trying to go after multiple targets. Nala's only going after PMake kind of thing. But we'll see. Just for fun right now, 1 game away from eliminating BAEN from the tournament. This is a lower bracket series, so lots on the line for these teams. And I think just for fun, if they could actually pick up a win here, obviously it would be massive for them in terms of picking up some points to potentially make it into that top 8/top 4. Nala's going to be moving forward. Can he get the sap? PMake right now in invisibility, so don't really see each other, but if PMake decides to come out with a Frost Nova, Nala's not going to be too happy about that one, as he will get opened out. But They are just waiting. Both priests exchange combat. Shoxy decides to pull the trigger first. Cheap shot into Ring of Frost on T-Jack. Big kidney shot onto Tittery, but the damage is slowed down. Great peels there by Nala.
Yeah, beautiful start here for Nala, and they do get a full fear here onto Chalk, but doesn't look like they have anything more. They do get his trinket there in that open artillery, already taking quite a lot of damage. PMEG actually making some good use of that precognition, and they do force out Ollie X trinket there as well with the blind. So both trinkets now without a both priests without a trinket, full counter spell secure there onto Chalk, and Nala looking like he's going to be disarmed there as well. Full kidney shot onto Tittery, but he does get pulled back to safety, and there's that Dome of Light again onto Tittery. Both priests actually having it out right now. Choxy going for that cleave pressure here onto Nala as well, so they're getting good pressure, but PMEG dropping dangerously low here. Oliek in a full polymorph. This could just be it for PMEG. I think so. I don't know how he's going to be able to survive. There's a full fear. That is it. PMEG gets blasted, and just for fun, takes another easy victory here. 3-0. Wow. Fire Mage is looking hot.
Yeah, I mean, in a matchup like this, in a matchup like this, it definitely seems really strong paired with the Assassination Rogue. They were just able to get out so much pressure in this last game. We have a big kidney shot right now onto Tittery, and Tittery, I think, was just kind of on point with actually landing the polymorphs. See right now, he goes for a polymorph with the precog onto Shoxy, and they move in. They get the Garrote onto Ollie. Do they get the polymorph out? Yeah, so he swaps the polymorph at the same time, but he's got no trinket. Maybe he needed to trade out a pain suppression preemptively with that polymorph coming, but that's really the only way I think they would have been able to survive. And perhaps the life swap was actually even a better global during that moment. Just really, really rough for PMake in that one. But yeah, just for fun, really stepping up. Interesting to see them bring in the Fire Mage. I do think it's a super viable pick right now, and maybe this is a sign that this composition's back in a way.
Yeah, but it's very different, you know. This composition is back. Yeah, the RMP is finally back, guys. I can't believe it. It's been so long since we saw it, but it appears to finally be viable.
I mean, fire. Come on, man. You know what I meant.
I'm just trolling. But yeah, no, it is funny because, in the past, Fire Mages have been like little pro warriors, you know. They've just been running around. Every blink is, defensive. You used to play with the Blazing Soul. Every Dragon's Breath kind of defensive, and you're just trying to get those combustions up as many times as possible, and then go for a big burst. But this version of Fire Mage is a lot different than that. It's a lot more about actually going for CC because you're on the timer. You don't have the mobility of an Arcane Mage. An Arcane Mage can just kite melees forever. Can do a lot of work with that big distance, and also kind of do a lot of damage on the move against melees. But as a Fire Mage, you have your cooldowns to rotate through, but that is it. Once you're out of those, you are going to go down. So you really are incentivized to play aggressive, and just for fun, they make a great job here playing aggressive, getting them to 3-0. And what's on your mind, Ben?
I think PMake made some interesting decisions. He was playing Kleptomania in the matchup, that last game.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
I feel like the only advantage you really have as the Arcane Mage is being able to spam spell steal. So yeah, big shout out to awc.gcd.tv, the AWC companion. If you guys want to check it out, you can see exactly what these players are running for their builds, their gear, their talents. It's been really interesting, especially how things are mixing up every week, and we're in a new expansion. Seeing how these players do decide to use their specializations and put their talent points in. It's been fun to watch, but yeah, once again, if you do want to check that out, it's awc.gcd.tv. But yeah, really interesting to see the differences here between the Arcane Mage and the Fire Mage. What do we think about? Could Frost go head-to-head in these mirrors as well?
Potentially. I feel like Frost is one of those specs that is extremely underrated right now. I think, actually, I was playing Frost yesterday, and I did 105k Icelands in one of my games. I feel like people are a little bit sleeping on Frost. In general, I think it's one of the highest DPS specs in the entire game, especially when you're left free. If you're just left to free cast Glacial Spikes and free cast, spam out Ice Lances and, reset your orbs and just get to do whatever you want, it's very, very dangerous to go up against Frost Mage. And you also have those 2 ice blocks compared to the other 2 specs where you don't. So I don't know. I think it depends a little bit on the matchup, but I think actually saw Frost locked in for Raikou, I believe. Against Admirals Esports, we saw it locked in. So it did good in that series, and it won. And I think players are starting to figure out that, hey, it's not only Arcane Mage, you can play the other specs too. They have their, matchups where, Frost or Fire might even be better than Arcane. So it's going to be interesting to see, who plays all specs, because that's been one thing in the past as well, where people just kind of pigeonhole themselves into one or two specs when all three are good, and it makes you actually lose out on a lot of, extra flexibility.
Yep, we're gonna have to see that level of flexibility in this next game. We do have Dragonlands Roulette versus Poggers. This is an upper bracket match from last weekend. Both these teams did exceptionally well, and now they find themselves in the lower bracket in an elimination series. We'll have to see who comes out ahead after a short break. Welcome back, everyone. We are getting straight into game. We have Dragonlands Roulette going up against Poggers, that rogue mage druid from Dragonlands Roulette. And Gelu, once again, going to be locking in that fire mage. So really interesting to see how they're going to do here. I feel like Arcane for Raikou is going to be a really good pick here, Sid, with that Kleptomania.
Yeah, I feel like Dragonlands Roulette from last week, they changed every single spec except the one they needed to, which was the healer, with Zank still on a Resto Druid. I was really hoping that they'd have him playing on a different specialization, but at least they did make a change because they were getting smashed around last week by Poggers. So let's see if this will do the trick. But triple crowd control, they've isolated Acro. Zank has to trinket and immediately trying to connect some big heals here. Being greedy on the Iron Bark. Tree of Life appears to be enough for him to survive for now. Dream Projection from Med to dispel that Polymorph, getting his rogue back on target as he is moving towards Gelu, dismantling Acro on his way towards him as well. Kidney Shot, is he going to go for the Smoke Bomb here? Doesn't look like he's actually running Smoke Bomb, even despite playing Subtlety, so a bit surprised. Neither side actually choosing to run Smoke Bomb in this matchup. I would have thought that that would be a really good opportunity to find kills on the opposing rogues, which since they're so focused on them. Kidney Shot onto Zank, big opportunity here. And they are making the swap. Is Barkskin going to be enough here? Raikou getting a lot of damage out. Not able to quite finish him just yet as Zank is tanking in bear form, but here comes Deathmark. This is an overwhelming amount of damage for a Resto Druid. Zank barely recovers here with Nature's Swiftness and manages to duck for cover. That was an insane recovery. That is easily the scariest moment when facing an Assassination Rogue, but now they're swapping the pressure to Gelu down below half. He's trying to escape here as the Dismantle comes through onto Acro, slowing down any sort of assistance from him. He's still down at half. He'll have that Cauterize as a safety net as fire, but he would like to hold on to it as long as possible. And Waz, once again, going after Zank. He's going to Kidney Shot him for a Ring of Frost, setting up Raikou. They find it. No Trinket. Can they force the Cauterize? Can they force the block? Looks like that Ring of Frost ends up ending a little bit early there. Now Waz is just getting smoked, insane pressure, and he is actually running the Smoke Bomb, just not showing up here on the talents. That gets a huge amount of pressure onto Waz, the Subtlety Rogue. Such a good pick as a counter for Assassination.
Yeah, that was a great setup. Waz managed to hold on to his trinket, but it cost him everything. Cloak, evasion, as well as his cheat death. So no longer has that, and Acro has some huge damage rotating up here. There's another big Kidney Shot onto Waz. I really like this line of play of going after the Assassination Rogue with the Subtlety Rogue. Seems to be okay. At the same time, though, Raikou's just getting a lot of free casted damage. Huge missile barrage. Can they actually take down Gelu? They might actually proc him here. He manages to get the Ice Block off first. Still has the Cauterize available if he needs it, but that was a great counter aggression there by Poggers. Raikou setting them up nicely.
All right, Gelu Kidneyed immediately out of the ice block. Still Polymorph onto Zank. Can they close it out here? Waz flying, or Meh flying Waz away with that Rescue Me on the Kidney Shot. Really good awareness from Meh, realizing that could be threatening. Now setting up Waz for pressure onto Gelu, but he actually gets a precognition proc, so he can free cast here. He's free casting Polymorphs, trying to do his best, but Raikou just spell stealing off his Bloodlust procs, which is going to be really bad for him. But he's going for Combustion, trying to turn it around onto Waz here. Can they take him down? No Cloak for 40, but unfortunately not finding the damage as he's caught in a Kidney Shot. Meh is laying in, getting aggressive for a Sleepwalk, and Zank pre-Iron Barks, but will it be enough? His entire team is crowd controlled. Gelu is desperate, double Dragon's Breath, trying to peel for the team. Hero defense on Gelu's part. Excellent pre-Iron Bark, but now Raikou fishing for a Ring of Frost actually catches Zank. If he has to Trinket here and he gets blinded later, that's easily game over. There's no Ice Block and they get the Trinket. Now there's no Iron Bark. They just need to stabilize, set up some damage with this next blind off DR, and I feel like Poggers have this.
Yeah, it's not looking too bad. That was a nice attempt there on the Waz, but Raikou did a really good job just spamming out the Polymorphs. It's a full blind on Zank. Gelu is in a lot of trouble. Gets put into the Kidney Shot. He's deciding not to Trinket out, which is interesting. So he's just going to hold on to his Trinket, which may be a little bit of a mistake. The Altar Time is up. He's blinking away, trying to avoid the damage. Matt in hot pursuit, though. Gelu uses the Altar Time to get back to safety. It looks like they will hold on. Defensive blind sap there onto Waz during that really scary moment. Nicely done. Waz gets gripped away once again on the Kidney Shot, and that is getting so much value for Matt in this matchup. The fact that he can just use Rescue Me on half the Kidney Shots that are coming in onto Waz has been really effective.
Yeah, I love that Raikou is comboing it with Frost Nova, so that way Acro can't immediately get back to his target either. So denying the damage on the Kidney Shot, very important in this matchup. We see a swap onto Acro with this Kidney, but looks like they're actually just crowd controlling him. They want to go after Gelu, but they just can't connect. Gelu's peeling them away. Mana definitely going to be a problem here for Zank. He needs to get that Tree of Life cooldown reduction going as soon as possible, because that's 30 seconds away. Gelu's getting overwhelmed. It's just raw pressure at this point from Poggers. Are they going to take him out? Cauterize his proc. He's on the run, but he's burning down. He's on limited time. Kidney Shot into Zank. Iron Bark, will it be enough? As Waz looks to reconnect, he Trinkets to go for the kill. It's all out offense from Poggers. Can they find it? They're so close to it at this point. 10% and take him out right at the final second. Waz knew that that was the end of the match and commits his Trinket for the kill, taking a game 1 victory.
Yep, that was beautifully done there by Poggers. And although there was signs of life there by Dragonlands Roulette, I still feel like this is the same kind of criticism we gave them last week. I feel like Zank on the Restoration Druid, particularly into Met and Raikou, is just it is such an uphill battle the entire game. You're dealing with spell steal and the fire breath purges, and it's just really difficult to stay ahead of the damage. Every single time they do have burst, they just remove all your heal over time effects, and you have to play catch up, burning through your mana. So there's a lot of pressure here on Gelu, and this is where they forced out that first ice block. And after that, with the pacing right now of the game, it's really difficult to get to a spot where you're actually going to have a second ice block available. So Gelu, he's burning down. He actually pulls out some evasive maneuvers here, trying to escape. They had a beautiful counter kidney shot, but it's just not enough. You can see the heal over time effects just not active on Gelu whatsoever. Spell steal comes in from Raikou, and Zhang, he's got basically no mana, no way to recover. And in this game, Waz and Raikou were able to just basically do what they wanted. They had so much pressure, and ultimately secured them that game 1 win.
Really good awareness there. I love that they're able to switch their play. I feel like a lot of times you can kind of fall into this sense of like always playing defensive, not knowing when you can trinket offensively. That's like the riskiest thing you can do in a matchup like this, especially as a rogue, because that's your failsafe to survive. But Waz, realizing the win conditions, looking at the situation, could identify that this was a risk worth taking in that position. We're going to be going to Hook Point. We're going to a smaller map, and I think this makes sense for containing the Arcane Mage. Trying to prevent them from moving around as much as possible. But it seemed like their main goal was to kill Waz for most of the match here. So I'm curious if this map really will matter too much for them, because now the Druid is going to get close to the fight, and I actually don't like that about this pick from Dragonlands Roulette.
I almost feel like they should just. I know from personal experience that having an assassination rogue on you as a mage in general is a complete nightmare. I feel like I would almost rather see Acro go assassination and just try to go after Raikou in the match, because I feel like he's doing way too much. Like his ability to get off, missile barrages and arcane blasts, and getting off his arcane surge. I think that will be greatly limited if it's a mage race. I feel like the only way you really have an advantage in this match, if you are going to be playing the fire mage, is if you do go after the arcane mage, because you're going to have a lot more instant damage. You're not as susceptible to being kicked and shut down from the assassination rogue as the arcane mage is. But they're actually making a change. Poggers is bringing in the priest.
Oh, so he's worried about dying to the sub rogue. I think they wanted to do evoker swaps. Would be my best recall for the situation, because otherwise, why would Met change? Like they've been Oni every series with evoker, but this priest is going to be much harder to kill now with 2 charges of pain suppression in a swap. So Dragonlands Roulette, they look at this and they should probably substitute in Valet. I feel like this is time to play Shadow Priest Rogue. You can maybe just outlast the Disc Priest healer. You're not going to have the Fire Breath. You will have double Purge, but I think Fire Breath can be more detrimental in that regard. But I think a Druid can out-mana a Priest. So I actually would like to see Valet come in here, go back Assassination, play a Shadow Priest Rogue composition from Dragonlands Roulette.
I wish they had. I feel like the Shadow Priest Rogue is such a good composition, but I just don't know how good it is with the Druid into these specific compositions. If they had the Paladin like North America style, it's actually interesting to see that almost no teams in Europe are opting to use that Holy Paladin. Yeah, I kind of wonder why. I wonder if it's just because nobody really plays the Holy Paladin, or if they actually just don't feel like it's good in certain matchups. But it's definitely super dominant in the North American region. It feels like if you do have Shadow Priest Rogue on your team, investing in that Holy Paladin would be a really smart decision. But I don't know if they're going to do that. I think this RMP pick from Poggers, maybe. Do you think maybe they're just flexing a little bit, like getting Matt warmed up on all those different healers?
Maybe it's even gnarlier, right? Like it's going to be a lot of extra damage. Like Disc Priest is doing as much damage as DPS specs in a lot of cases. So they are going to keep the RMD, but it's going to be arcane instead of fire. I don't like this. I feel like this Druid is dead. I feel like everybody on Dragonlands Roulette is dead. Like if I was Poggers, I would just be salivating over this comp. It's like, oh my god, this Klepto all the hots. Everyone is a kidney shot, and if he triggers blind, it's over. We auto win. We're doing a double purge them. Like I don't like what Dragonlands Roulette are setting up here, but I mean, obviously,
you play Resto Druid. Is this like some PTSD for you?
Yeah, I don't want to be a Resto Druid in these lobbies. I don't like these lobbies. Get these arcane mage. Yeah, get these kleptomanias out of here. Get this double purge out of here. Like this is a nightmare situation, and they put themselves in this position by picking a small map. I feel like if you have a Druid, I guess they wanted to kill the Evoker, but I feel like your Druid is more likely to die than the other Evoker would have been, even if they got that situation set up. It's just a circumstance here where Zank, phenomenal ladder player, comes in for this roster as a resto druid and just doesn't have the experience with the other healers, I think, in this position just yet to be able to do this. But maybe they've got some surprise for us here in this matchup. But I would have to heavily favor the Disc Priest, and especially given the map in this matchup.
Yeah, I agree. Just a reminder for everyone as well. Although we are very used to seeing Poggers in the upper bracket, this is a lower bracket elimination series. So for Dragonlands Roulette, they had a really good performance last week. They picked up a lot of points. If they get eliminated now, it's going to be super disappointing for them. But they find themselves in a really kind of rough position where in the lower bracket, in their elimination series, are playing against the one team that was able to really best them last week. So unfortunate for them. And it seems like they don't really have a different game plan. They're just going to have to play it better than they did last week. The Restoration Druid's going to really kind of struggle here, but there's still ways for them to win. But I'm really curious to see the thought process for Poggers, why they're bringing in Met on the Discipline Priest instead. Maybe just on the small map, he feels like getting the fears is going to be really, really punishing. Because I do think overall, Rogue Mage Priest is kind of similar to Rogue Mage Evoker. Like, I think they're both super strong. They, of course, have their own strengths and weaknesses, but I think the one thing that's kind of nice is they don't have really an answer for the Assassination Rogue, right? So maybe that's one of the reasons why Acro decided to go Assassination, is because they no longer have that cauterizing flame, which is very difficult for the Assassination Rogue to deal with, being able to just kind of cleanse off the Death Mark, which is the most threatening rogue ability. So maybe that's why Acro decided to change it up, and maybe that'll actually give them a lot more pressure in this match.
Yeah, it's possible. At the same time, when you fight an Evoker, I think most of the time the rogues are just literally never pressing Death Mark unless they see the Cauterizing Flame used before that point. So now it will be more useful, but priests have really good countermeasures, like Barrier and Pain Suppression are good abilities to just trade one for one with that as well. And they're likely going to be playing Dwarves as well, so Raikou and Waz can just remove it, and that'll be their main focus for countering it, because Waz is actually not Night Elf. He is running Dwarf. In this position, as both teams are stealthing in, moving across the map, it's going to be really threatening if they find Zanked in stealth. So I'm watching Zanked on Druid, trying to keep a close eye because Raikou is getting right next to him. Met is almost mounting up next to him. He's trying to dodge Met at the same time, but they all can't see each other, even though we can. And Raikou's going immediately into Greater Invis, trying to extend that chain so Waz can get a sap here on Gelu. They get a sap, they're going to hold him in position, still spend some seconds trying to find somebody else in stealth. Arcane Surge from the sap, free casted into a Garrote, massive damage potentially onto Gelu. Can they connect the missiles? He gets Garroted by Acro, but he's still critically low. A Fear on the Zank from stealth. He pre-Ironbarks a Fear, but they swap off the Ironbark over to Acro. Can they KO him here with 1 second left on the stun? Doesn't look like it. Great peels coming from Gelu. He's lobbing out an Arcane Surge there, but not able to connect it. Counterspelled, pulling back to the pillar. Frost Nova's Raikou trying to go for the Arcane Surge once again. Blinking for it. Gets knocked up by Supernova. He's still trying to find this Arcane Surge. Finally, no, it still hasn't finished casted. Now he's DB'd on it. Raikou just shutting down Gelu. He's not able to find this burst just yet. Acro gets kidneyed on his Death Mark. Waz turns it around with his own, and there's no Ironbark here. And immediately Evasion has to come out. Zank caught in a cheap shot. Raikou into a kidney. Can't get any crowd control out of it, unfortunately. Gelu's still fishing for Arcane Surge. He still hasn't pressed it at this point.
Raikou, you got to give a shout out to Raikou. He's running circles around Gelu in this matchup. I mean, he prevented like 6 or 7 Arcane Surge casts by interrupting with DB, with Counterspell, shimmering through it at the last second. That was expertly done there by Raikou. Now just free casting out Arcane Blast, and Raikou really putting on a show on that Arcane Mage, getting some damage out here onto Gelu as well, as he is forced a little bit defensive here, but Zank has been doing a pretty good job. He just trinketed out of the blind, so now there's the opportunity for them to go after him in the match. Gelu and Acro both rotting down low. There's a lot of pressure coming in from the side of Poggers. Acro trying to slow it down with a kidney shot, but there's just no damage to follow it up. Gelu is really struggling in this matchup to actually find damage, and now Acro might just die. There's no crowd control on Zanked, and he's forced to trade out the Cloak of Shadows. That was the Ironbark as well. At the same time, though, Waz finally getting pressure down in the match. Beautiful Shadow Step kick there onto Gelu, but he's still on the run. That doesn't have a trinket. This could easily be a swap, but no, Mez going to play it safe. Should be able to get the heals off onto Waz, and now they can once again get aggressive, but a close call there.
Yeah, they got Cloak and Evasion, so Trinket might not be super effective here. No Vanish either. He's caught into a kidney shot. Can they get the Arcane Surge here? Gelu blinks away from Raikou. Raikou into a bash. Really like Zank's crowd control in these last 2 setups. That enabled Gelu to get the Arcane Surge. Got a lot of pressure with the Cyclone into Meh when his mage got interrupted on Polymorph. So if Zank can enable his team here with Cyclones, it's going to be the only differing factor for his side. I think he continues to just sit back and heal, that he's going to run out of mana. He's going to get purged down, and they're just going to kill with raw pressure and not even need crowd control at a certain point. Zank needs to drink right right now. He's trying to even out the mana. He's in cat form at the moment. Does anybody know where he is? Gelu is line of sighting right now for his life. Doesn't want to trade Ice Block on the drink. Alter Times behind the pillar. Acro gets swapped to for a moment, but he's going for Deathmark here. A very aggressive stance. Zankt gets a huge amount of mana. They actually get a polymorph onto Met X. Great play here from Dragonlands Roulette. They're pushing for the block. They get it. They can swap to Waz here, get some pressure onto him during the Ice Block as Met is finally free. He's casting out those power word shields with Rapture. Now a big setup onto Acro. Are they ready for it? Ironbark at 50%. Will it be enough? This is Deathmark. That is a lot of damage. Waz steps over for a Shadow Step cheap shot onto Zankt. They can't get any crowd control out of it, though, unfortunately for their side. And now Gelu is down at half a full fear from Met. They're turning it around. He could get Massive Spelled on his Ice Block here. Met is in position and ready for it, but Prismatic Barrier and a blink out into midfield allows Gelu to escape. Now Raikou still on the back foot. Pain Suppression available. Met with no Trinket. A dangerous situation for Poggers. Can they stay aggressive? Acro Trinkets to go for the kill with the full bash here. Pain Suppression is not enough. Raikou is so low, but at the same time, so is Gelu. Gelu gets knocked up. Pain Suppression is still up for Raikou, and Ice Block will be forced. Met can't take the time at the moment to mass dispel it. He's still trying to recover Raikou. Quite a nail biter, as this game is going to be closing almost certainly in the next couple of seconds as Raikou is getting blasted in game number 2. Alter's back at 1%. 1 second left on the ring, and the Void Shift comes through at the final second, redirecting Mez health into Raikou, but he's still struggling to heal. He's falling behind on mana. They need momentum here. Barrier comes down, but he gets counterspelled. He's trying to line aside Shadow Melt, some crowd control. He's caught in the DB. Waz is over here garroting Gelu, trying to slow down any sort of crowd control. Raikou gets gripped back to the pillar, but they're actually getting overwhelmed. This is a great performance for Dragonlance Roulette. That drink earlier has put Zankt in a way better position. They've got no cooldowns. The Shadow Fiend is out, but he's caught in a kidney shot. I think that's it. Double DB trying to peel blinks, but it won't be enough. And Dragonlance Roulette pull off an impossible feat here on Hook Point, taking game 2 and tying it up 1-1.
Wow. That honestly, that is a very surprising result, but it just goes to show you how nice it is to have the Evoker in this matchup. I feel like Met on the Evoker is able to defend himself from polymorphs a lot more. And also, yeah, just having that cauterizing flame for the Deathmark just seems to be really, really important. He was falling behind on mana on the Priest, and overall, this just looked like a really solid game from Dragonlance Roulette. They had a lot of pressure throughout the match. This is where they were able to get that first Ice Block from Raikou with the polymorph onto Meh. This is another moment in the match where Raikou barely is able... Actually, this is where I think he actually goes down, but there was moments in the match. Oh, I think this is actually where he survived. So he did manage to survive barely off the back of this nice alter time, and Meh gets the Void Shift at 1% health, going from basically no health to full health. But still, the consistent damage coming in from Acro and Gelu. Eventually, I think it was a kidney shot here that Acro secures onto Meh, and that just really shuts down all the healing. Meh's completely tapped on mana. He tries to get a little bit of mana recovery here, but this kidney shot is the only crowd control that they need. And unfortunately for Raikou, he's just not getting any healing, and that rot damage from the bleeds from the Assassination Rogue eventually overwhelmed. But it's a very back and forth game here in match number 2. But I kind of get the feeling I don't really think Poggers will lock in the Priest again. Like I'm kind of curious as to why they decided to do that. Do you think it really was that he was afraid of going down?
It had to be. It had to be afraid of Subtlety Rogue swaps. I don't know if maybe they fought the Fiends in the upper bracket, and that's what the Sub Rogue team was doing to them in the upper bracket, possibly, with Evoker. And maybe that's kind of why they changed. But I also think Hunter Rogue is a lot different than Mage Rogue.
Yeah.
It's way harder to stop a Hunter's damage during a kidney setup like that, and the cross crowd control's instant. You can't like pre-interrupt it or something, or save an interrupt to stop something like Arcane Missiles. But it's got to just be that they were afraid of setups onto their Evoker healer, or they wanted to experiment possibly and just see if the Priest, the extra damage, I mean, he got 1.9 million in that game, could be a differing factor for their side. I thought that it would look a lot better than it did, honestly. Even with the pre-swap, I was still expecting them to be able to take that. Maybe it was just being aware of the drink and being more of an aggressive position at that point in time, because he got to drink for free. Like usually you want to at least force an ice block or force a trinket at least while the druid is drinking if you're not going to stop it, and they didn't get either of those. If they did, then they would have been ahead at the race right at the final seconds of the game. So we're actually going to a large map, and they are swapping in the Evoker, and Dragonlance Roulette are not changing. They're going to stick with Assassination, which is again drawing some questions into that second map choice. Like Acro, does he want to go sub into the Preservation? And Gelu's just staying Arcane. Maybe they just want to play the specs that are more proven. You know, they got a better track record over multiple weekends as opposed to playing Fire sub.
I mean, my kind of thoughts on this matchup are, if you're playing Subtlety Mage into Assassination Mage, and the Assassination Rogue is just sitting on your Mage, I feel like you're at a big disadvantage. Like how strong Mind Numbing is right now, and the Garrote silence. You're just basically removing all of the haste that the enemy mage has. It makes it really difficult for him to actually get off any kind of crowd control in the match. And as opposed to the other mage who has a subtlety rogue on him, it's a lot easier to actually get a lot of more freedom in the match. So I do like the fact that Dragonlance Roulette is going Assassination. I think it's a good idea, and I do think just going after Raikou more in this match is going to end up being a lot better for him. It's just going to shut down his cast. I think in match number 1, he was able to get off way too much damage, way too much crowd control, and I think a lot of that is just because he was playing into that subtlety rogue. So I think Dragonlance Roulette, they have a fair shot in this one. Of course, dealing with the Evoker is going to be a little bit more annoying. I feel like just the fact that you have that Cauterizing Flame, you have the Rescue Me, and also Meh on that Evoker can defend himself versus crowd control a lot better with his movement. The fact that he has a ranged Interrupt and Nullifying Shroud, it just makes it way more difficult for Gelu to actually land crowd control on him.
All right, here we go. Game 3. Is Poggers going to be knocked out in the first round? Is possibly by Dragonlance Roulette, because it's still entirely a possibility, and it would be absolutely insane when you think about both regions, right? Because like we got a similar situation going on with Team Liquid and NA, just struggling to get into the top 8s anymore. The competition is at an all-time high this year for AWC. So the teams that are in usually dominating positions, top 3, top 4, struggling to make top 8. Dragonlance Roulette running in with a Resto Druid again. I think it's going to be a really rough matchup for him. Perhaps he can enable his team more with Cyclone. It's the only thing I'm thinking. Just getting a little bit of extra crowd control, maybe peeling the rogue off with more Cyclones, and then trying to go after Raikou, something like this. Might be an opportunity for him. It's just a really threatening situation, because if you get counterspelled, then you get Kleptoed, or you get Fire Breath, you're just infinitely behind, and you can just lose the game. But the risk versus reward might be a situation in this case where it's a necessary evil to try and take these risks to be able to pull off a win in this matchup.
Yeah, the only nice thing for Gelu now is he can actually like counter Klepto, so he can kind of defend his own hots. Like, and that's what I was talking with Zico about this. There was like a meta that evolved within the mages and Kleptomania, where let's imagine Raikou uses Kleptomania on Gelu and gets off all the Druid heal over time effects. Now he has all of Mez heals, he has all the Druid's heals, he has all of Gelu's buffs. And what mages would do is actually make a macro to cancel all those effects, so Gelu couldn't spell steal them back and get what was called the jackpot Kleptomania. And maybe that's what they are going to be going here for Dragonlance Roulette, that jackpot Kleptomania, where Gelu can basically get all of those heals back. Or we'll have to see if Raikou has, the tech to remove those, and they can keep that offense on Gelu and not really let him defend himself with his own Kleptomania.
All right, Klepto Wars here as the Arcane Mages are substituting in. Curious to see how the Mage War goes here. Like, is Raikou going to be able to shut down the Arcane Surges like he was on Hook Point? Is Gelu going to shut him down in this position? Both teams going to be going into stealth. MetX is currently the only visible player. So he's not using that Shroud just yet. He doesn't want to get sapped off. He's going to be saving that Shroud for later on. Really important as an Evoker player not to Shroud immediately against a rogue.
Banked wasn't in stealth and just got sapped.
Oh no. You hate when that happens, man. You think that you're in stealth and you're not. They could just open and kill him. Are they going to do that? But just let him re-stealth. I actually can't believe they didn't just full send the kid in Death Mark. Oh, he mass invised him on the sap right at the end. Really good plays here. Gelu gets sap, but they're going to break it immediately. The mages are just going toe-to-toe. Blind onto Zank immediately from stealth, trying to bait him to trinket here. Is he still in sap DR? He actually is. So this may enable Zank to be able to sit the crowd control. Maybe that sap actually ends up being a benefit to Zank and not a detriment, because usually the blind sap or blind ring is very threatening and you have to trinket it, but now he doesn't.
Yeah, he will be able to hold on to that crowd control. Gelu gets interrupted there on his Arcane Surge. Big kidney shot here onto Raikou, but Gelu being interrupted, it's not going to be that threatening. This is basically a solo mission coming in from Acro, and Raikou playing very defensive in terms of positioning. He's just going to be using Shimmer to get away from Acro in the match. Waz now chasing down Gelu, going to be putting out some pressure onto him as he's getting missile barraged, and unfortunately he's very far away from his healer. He needs to get to some line of sight, but has to ice block, and that was 0 crowd control on Zank. That is not what you want to see. That's very unfortunate for Dragonlance Roulette and puts them very far behind in this matchup.
Oh, triple crowd control. Do they get the follow-up? They do. Gelu is isolated. He trinkets, but this could be the end of the match for him. Mass Invis, Alter Time, Zank, Trinket, Iron Barks. Is that going to be enough? They're killing him through everything. He Tranquility shielded as well. He's still just dying at the moment. Raikou and Waz blasting. Waz finally peeled away for a moment in that kidney shot. Finds some time for Zank to get some hot stuff and try and recover. MetX is still just charging in. He's playing really aggressive on this Evoker. Pre-time dilation onto Waz, anticipating some damage here and trying to stay aggressive, trying to fish for Sleepwalk. I really like MetX playing aggressive on the Druid, going for Fire Breaths, getting these purges, landing the Sleepwalk, playing in their face, being really annoying and put the enemy team behind. This is exactly what they need. Smoke Bomb comes down here. Big opportunity for Macro, but Waz just immediately evasions. He gets rescued me away with that big shield, and now they're getting aggressive. They're going to go for a dismantle onto Acro, counterspell onto Gelu. Both DPS shut down. Acro just dying in a dismantle. He's going to go down. Cloak of Shadow's evasion at 10%, almost just outright dead. Now a big swap onto Gelu. Raikou getting low as Max actually gets interrupted by Acros. Raikou going to have to ice block here. He's still holding out at about half. Max is holding on to some cooldowns, being greedy. Spirit Bloom connects. Polymorph onto Acro. Blind available. No trinket on the Resto Druid. No ice block on the Mage. A really big opportunity. Could even kill Acro, even if he trinkets with no evasion at this point. Waz just needs to get in position. Zank needs to play really far away and pre-Ironbark the setup. But Waz is sprinting in. He knows he's got the win. There's the full blind. Here comes the kidney. Acro trinkets right away, but he's got nothing to combo with it. He's trying to peel Raikou as much as he can here. Dragon's Breath onto Met-X. Waz trying to get over, doesn't actually get the sap. Goes for a cheap shot. Raikou's getting pressured too hard. He can't get a Ring of Frost. He's in trouble here. Polymorph's still up for one more second. Now into a half blind. Emerald Communion and Ice Block overlapped. Big cooldown overlap here between Met-X and Raikou. He's going to cancel the Ice Block, try and turn it around. Still no trinket on Acro. Next kidney could still win, but Waz gets kidney shot first. Met-X going for Nullifying Shroud, trying to preempt some CC here as we see Acro shadow stepping out defensively. He knows he's a dead man walking if he stays in the middle of the map, but Met-X is in pursuit, not letting him retreat completely at this point. Fishing for Sleepwalk, gets counterspelled on it. Really good counterspell here on that Sleepwalk by Gelu. Gelu now getting blasted though, doesn't have Ice Block. Greater Invis available, but Tree of Life getting huge value. We're still just waiting for this next kidney Deathmark. Is Waz going to be able to connect it here? Acro has Deathmark as well. Raikou actually into the kidney shot, getting blasted by these missiles, trying to blast wave Acro away and then rescue me away from the Shadow Step. Really good kiting here from Raikou and Met-X to get away from Acro in that position. Now going for Fire Breath, fully charged, hits Gelu, strips off the hots, kidney shot on Acro, Iron Barked immediately by Zanked, but Met-X is playing a really interesting build on his Evoker. He's running a build where his laser here, Disintegrate, deals more damage and gives mana back. So he's actually going to out-mana the Druid as long as he's able to keep using these Disintegrates. And Zanked is going to need to drink at some point here, but with no Ice Block on your Mage, that's a scary move to make.
Yeah, definitely. Acro rotting down low. Full Polymorph lands. Beautifully done there by Gelu. Raikou is on the run, and his spell steal, or his alter time, gets removed.
No way.
He gets dropped. This is unbelievable. Poggers is now on match point. They tried with the Priest. They tried with the Evoker, and both times, unfortunately, they did fall a little bit short, but game-winning play there was Gelu getting this spell steal on that altar time there at the end, just removing any of Raikou's defense. Didn't have any Shimmer charges. There was nowhere he could really go. That was great value, and Dragonlands Roulette has Poggers on match point, which is almost unbelievable. Like going toe-to-toe in Rogue Mage mirrors with Raikou and Waz. This is crazy.
With the Druid too, because I still can't help but feel like it's got to be at a disadvantage. Maybe not as dramatic as I'm making it out to be, because I'm not as good as these players, but I do think on paper that it's got to be at least somewhat of a disadvantage to be playing a Druid in the matchup here. We saw pressure on Gelu throughout the earlier stages of the match. This was when Met-X was able to be really aggressive. I feel like this game fell apart on that one setup where they used Ice Block and Emerald Communion, because those are two abilities that are just guaranteed survival moments for their team. There's no Mass Spell. There's no way to crowd control Emerald Communion anymore. And then when you look at the situation here, no Communion, no time dilation, it just ended. Maybe Max got too aggressive with that deep breath because he actually flew into a polymorph. And then now you're in a poly, you trinket, and he gets bashed on his trinket. Yeah, I think that was just a case of maybe too aggressive, honestly. Like when you've got no Ice Block, you got no Emerald Communion, I don't think you can deep breath into the enemy team at that point. Because then Gelu is just like, oh, hey, it was kind of hard to sheep you at that pillar, but now you're in the middle of the map. I'm down with this. I dig this. And yeah, he could have rewinded maybe there if he was in line, but I think that was just the wrong time to play offensive. They needed to be focused on surviving there just because their defense had been cut down so much in the last couple of setups.
Yeah. Really, really nice plays there. Coming in from Gelu, able to find that polymorph and kind of capitalize on it. But yeah, now I really wonder, well, like, where are we going to go? We tried the small map with RMP. We tried the large map with the Evoker. That you really did get the feeling, though, that Raikou, Waz, and Matt could have won that. I thought that full blind. I think Gelu didn't even have an ice block, so I'm really surprised when you called out that full blind from Waz. I feel like that was one of the moments in the match that was kind of a defining moment in the match, because it seemed like they actually had like a clear win condition. Gelu had no ice block. And obviously their healer had no trinket. They had a full blind, but they decided to go after Acro. The kidney shot him and he just trinketed. Whereas if the kidney shot had just been on Gelu, I think they might have been able to just win the match. So A bit unfortunate, but definitely curious to see where they decide to go in terms of map. Looks like we'll go to a semi-neutral map with that Tiger's Peak, and we're going to see the exact same matchup here, which is not that surprising to me.
All right. Match point here. Poggers facing elimination. Felt like they had good control of that game until about the 3-minute mark, I think it was, or at least halfway through the game. And then things just spiraled out of control for them. So hopefully they don't back up on their offense, because I think when they have defensive cooldowns, playing offensive is really good on their part. But if it's ever coming down to the point where you literally don't have something to trade effectively, they've got to be focused on like, okay, we need to live till the next cooldown, and then we can go back to playing offensive on their part. So Dragonlands Roulette taking advantage of that. Really love their positioning. Surprised to not see them go to a small map, though. They picked Tiger's Peak, a neutral map. So they must be afraid of some sort of swap from a sub-rogue, I feel like, on an Evoker, not to go to a small map. Because you would think on a small map it would be better for them, stacked up, easy to get to the Druid, not going to be able to drink as easily, keep the pressure up, keep purges going. Also, I'm wondering maybe MetX should be using his Obsidian scales. Like, I feel like you can kind of throw away one charge to be offensive, because he got counterspelled a lot on Sleepwalk. And if he had gotten any of those Sleepwalks, they might have just won the game.
Was he playing a talent? He's not.
Is he not running the talent for immune?
No.
What is he running instead? He's dropping the... Do you really... I guess if you don't run Unburdened Flight, you might just die because you can't get away.
Yeah. There's so many good Evoker talents right now. Like, it seems like the Scouring Flame, like being able to purge with your Fire Breath, is pretty much mandatory against the Druid. Nullifying Shroud is super nice, and then Unburdened Flight is like what gives you like the freedom in the match. But yeah, maybe that's an adaptation that he could make, because it did seem like there was times in the match where him playing really aggressive and getting those Sleepwalks could actually just outright win them the match.
Okay, here we go. Match point. Can Poggers pull it off? Take us to a game number 5. The gates have opened. Once again, MetX going to be the only visible player. Actually, Riker not invising right away. Wants to save it for some damage reduction, as well as Gelu, it appears at the moment, with them playing in the far in the back. Unless my UI is incorrect. Max just fishing here with a landslide, trying to find somebody in stealth. Doesn't hit anybody. Now hotting himself up just in case they open up on him. Repositioning back defensively with his team. And yeah, both mages are in invis at the moment. It's just not being tracked. And which mage is going to come out first? Are they going to use mass invis, go for a ring? Gelu comes out. Raikou comes out. He's going to open with an arcane surge immediately onto Gelu. Missiles flying in. Really aggressive opener from Raikou, but Waz still waiting in the wings, trying to find Acro. They actually go after Zankt a little bit. Are they just going to open? I really love just going Druid. Kidney Shot, just pop Deathmark, honestly. Just send every single cooldown and get every button from him in the opener. But Waz gets blinded. He's not able to connect it. Acro playing really defensive in this position. Ring of Frost on MetX. Zankt going for a Cyclone. Love the Cyclones. That gets a Trinket outside of the main window here. So big opportunities. Actually bashes the Trinket, trying to go for more crowd control to close out the game. Here comes a deep breath from Meh, trying to get back to his mage here and heal him back up. But there's full blind onto Zankt. Is he going to trinket this? He's sitting at the moment. It's scary. That's Deathmark. I don't know if both players can sit this crowd control. This is very dangerous damage. Acro manages to get that stone form off, it looks like, just in the nick of time to remove that Deathmark. And that's an adaptation on his part to actually go Dwarf instead of Night Elf. Completely counters that Deathmark. Really like that. So Zankt could comfortably sit all that crowd control. Now we're looking for more Cyclones, trying to fake interrupts from the team. Gets a Cyclone on Waz. I love the way Zankt is playing right now on Druid, getting control of the enemies, enabling Gelu to be more offensive.
Definitely some sick plays coming in. Waz going for a cheap shot. Raikou, can he find any crowd control? No, it's going to be the Sleepwalk. Matt kind of setting him up there, but Raikou taking a huge hit of damage. Finally, some big heals coming in. Looks like Gelu is going to be okay. Zankt throwing in some massive heals as well. The Druid's been doing a lot better in this matchup than we really thought. Kitty shot now into Raikou. He's going to be using that Fire Blood to remove all of those damage over time effects, but the damage is unrelenting. At the same time, Gelu is forced into the Ice Block.
Raikou?
Very back and forth. They need to get the Ice Block here from Raikou, but he's able to just shimmer away using the Ice Nova. Matt, I think, actually rescued him there, so big rescue me, and now Acro could be in some trouble. He's forced to trade out the Cloak of Shadows, and Dragonlands Roulette is falling further and further behind in terms of pressure. They got no Ice Block, no Cloak of Shadows, but a big kidney shot here onto Acro. That polymorph from Gelu is absolutely beautiful. Big Arcane Blast. Can they get the Ice Block from Raikou? It would be so important. They need to get it, but no, doesn't look like they're going to be able to. Acro gets knocked away with that Blast Wave, and unfortunately can't reconnect to his target. In terms of mana, Poggers is in the lead. In terms of cooldowns, Poggers is in the lead, and they might just outright win the game here to get the Tranquility from Zankt. This pressure is crazy.
I really just want to see them swap to Zankt with the next Deathmark. If he doesn't have Barskin or Trank Shield, he just dies through his Trinket. Like 100%. You just peel the rogue with sheep. Don't let him dismantle Waz. Don't let him peel Waz, and Waz will solo the druid in this situation. So I really want to see another swap. Zankt cannot play offensive right now. He needs to wait in the back, bide his time, wait for Barskin, but he actually gets caught. But Deathmark isn't up. They send this about 3 seconds too early. I don't think they're going to be able to kill him. He's in bear farm, frenzied regen. He's got Tree of Life out of this as well. He's got to be worried about Gelu. Gelu is much more scary in this situation. They got the trinket on blind. Now, no trinket and no Barskin. They need to connect the kidney, but they're getting pressured back. Is Raikou going to be able to play aggressive here? They need to stabilize. They need to stay close to the druid to get a Shadow Step kidney. Waz is right there waiting for it. I can imagine him just salivating over the death mark because I think this druid's about to disappear from the game if Waz gets it, but Raikou is dead at the same time. Rescue me, Raikou towards Zank, but they're actually not going him. They cheap shot him and don't even get any crowd control. They're going after Gelu. He doesn't have an ice block. It's okay, I think, but he can just stone form off the bleed, so they can't commit the death mark to him here in this position. Zank to Iron Barks Gelu. Now has Barskin available. They're just trying to play safe here, but I feel like there was a really good opportunity to all in. Gelu, he's not looking quite comfortable at the moment, down at half. Raikou getting blasted, back to the pillar. Acro chasing him down. Zankt is in bear form. He's anticipating a swap here. Waz is all over him. They're getting ready to make a big push here with no trinket. There's the kidney shot. Barskin might not be enough. Acro needs to help him. He's going to trinket. Is he going to be able to get there in time? Polymorphs on Waz. Kidneys onto Raikou. They need to help Zankt as much as possible. This is the all-in, the scariest moment for him to survive. Will he make it out alive? Missiles are flying in, and Zankt will be fried. Poggers tie it up. Move to a game 5.
Yeah, those druid swaps. Nah, there's no way. Even if they take down Raikou, I feel like that's going to be rough. Kind of a close call there, but Raikou ultimately will survive. And I think Poggers going after the druid, it just makes the matchup feel so much better. Zankt is one of the only people that, unfortunately for him, can't play that dwarf, right? So when he gets out of, even like you said, if they don't have the Trank immunity, even when he gets out of the stun, there's just no way for him to really heal himself. He has to deal with the Kleptomania spell steal, so the overgrowth isn't that effective. He has to deal with the dispels coming in from Meh with his fire breath, and it's just an overwhelming amount of pressure, especially if he has 2 charges of Shiv, reducing healing. Frenzied regen doesn't do anything. It's just, as a druid, I feel like this is probably the hardest thing you can deal with.
The only cooldowns you survive through Deathmark is Barkskin, Iron Bark, and NS. You have to have all 3 of those, and in some cases, Tranquility Shield. But if you have Barkskin, Iron Bark, and NS, and you get them at 100%, like you pre-bark the kidney and you Barkskin, and you're in bear, you'll survive. But here he gets Fire Breath purged. So look at his hots on the bottom there. Like he's just reloading rejuves and trying to get his hots up, and he overgrows some. Maybe the rejuve global wasn't necessary, but like he just dies through renewal. Like if you don't have those cooldowns,
it's Shiv.
You're just completely done as a resto druid. I really like that they swapped to him in this match. That's where the main pain point is going to be. Waz a huge amount of damage this game, 7.3 million here, 2 killing blows, 4.5 minutes in, taking us to a game 5. But now it's going to be the location selected by Zankt's team. So are they going to do a sub-rogue small map and switch sub-rogue if they pick Evoker and kill healer? Is Max going to blind lock a priest again? This is a really interesting game 5 pick because I feel like there's no certainties for what exactly are they trying to set up in this in terms of matchup.
I don't know. I think they're just going to have to play it a little bit better. Like their setup. I mean, there was a lot of moments in that match where Raikou barely survived, right? Like really, it was close call, 10% health, not using his ice block. Like in those moments, he definitely could have fallen. I don't think it was a really, really bad game for Dragonlands Roulette. So I think we'll likely see this exact same matchup. I kind of wonder if we're going to see a smaller map. Tolvaron, so opposite. Biggest map possible. So I feel like for Zankt, he just wants to be as far away from Waz during this match as possible, because it really does feel like the kidney shots coming in from Waz onto the druid are what kind of, shifts the script a little bit here and makes it really, really difficult for Zankt to kind of deal with, 3 potential targets that they can go after. They can hit Gelu, they can hit Acro, and then he also has to worry about himself. And as a druid, I feel like that's probably like one of the worst situations you could be in. But Zankt has kind of risen up. Honestly, I've been impressed with how he's played so far, coming in on that druid, kind of making his debut in the AWC, now tied up with Poggers 2-2. And remember, this is an elimination series, so the loser of this game is going to be eliminated from Cup number 3.
There's a lot of opportunities to grab those top 3 spots with Admirals Esports not in the top 8. If Poggers got eliminated here, there's teams that are right on their heels in the upper bracket with like the Fiends and MyWay that could completely steal their top 3 positions, which usually remain uncontested during AWC format. So this is absolutely unprecedented. Dragonlands Roulette, they were able to win on Ashamane's Fall, which is a very similar map to Tolvaron Arena in terms of size. So the possibilities are still there. It's the exact same comp matchup as that situation. There's going to be no room for error, no room for mistakes. They cannot overlap defensive cooldowns. Otherwise, they're going to immediately snap on those opportunities and take them out. So if you're a fan of the Poggers, like, you better get in here, man. This could be their last run. And if you're a fan of the Dragonlands Roulette as well, you better be giving them their your energy and your support, because this is it. It's their last chance to stay alive in the tournament.
Yeah, really important game here for both of these teams, especially, I mean, I don't want to say especially for Poggers. For both these teams, just really, really important match. But I think Poggers, this is not a situation you really expected them to be in, especially with how good Rogue Mage is right now and how good they are at it, being in the lower bracket against Dragonlands Roulette here on the edge of elimination. I think both these teams are going to have to step up if they want to have a Game 5 victory. Mez going to be sitting back. He's the only one not in stealth once again, kind of just waiting for the mages to drop their invisibility and try to get combat. Zank's just going to tank it out in bear form behind the pillar. Acro moving in. Can he get it? Oh, the Ring of Frost is going to drop. Raikou manages to get the invisibility. Ring of Frost, super unfortunate. This is a good start here for the Poggers. Let's see if they can actually capitalize on it.
Swap, another swap onto Zank really early. He's committing the death mark. He's going all in on this into a cheap shot. Is Zank just going to fall here? He's got to clutch out some big hills. He's got Iron Bark and Bark Skin and an S. Those are the 2 cooldowns you need to have to survive Deathmark. So he's going to be able to walk out of this situation. Now he's just got to get distance. But Waz actually still chasing him. He's in stealth at the moment. Is Waz just going to immediately reopens onto Zank? He's going to try and get a kidney shot right away. He needs to be in bear form. He's trying to kite away with Wild Charge to his ally. I really love his kiting so far. Just run really big lines away from the assassination rogue. So he has to run through your mage, run through your rogue, gets snared, gets disarmed, gets polyed. But Waz is still chasing him. This is reckless right now, going this all in on the Druid. Now they finally swap off of him, going after Acro and the kidney shot. Zank's going to pre-hot him. Gelu knocks Raikou away, just trying to keep them away from Zank for as long as possible. Big damage incoming now onto Waz as Gelu's fishing for polymorphs, trying to fake cast the interrupts. He gets polyed himself. Mez immune to CC with Nullifying Shroud, wrapping around the corner, potentially looking for a sleepwalk in the near future. They're all over Zank. They might be trying to get a fire breath on this next kidney shot. Is Waz going to get it? There's the kidney shot. They need the fire breath. X in position, goes for it. He actually tipped the scales. Fire breath, really aggressive stance here from X to use that big heal. It goes for the deep breath. They're all in on the Druid. Polymorphs onto Waz look good, though. Zank is tanking this out like a pro.
Yeah, but at the same time, Acro is just outright dead. He's in execute range right now. Raikou just throwing in barrage after barrage. Can he heal up Acro? Zank doing the impossible, trading out the Iron Bark. That was the Tranquility Shield, but now he has no Trinket, no Bark Skin, no Tranquility. He's in a kidney shot, and they're going after Zank. This is very threatening, but at the same time, met into a polymorph. Can Zank survive? He's trying to get away, but the damage is overwhelming, and there's really no tools left for him whatsoever. Trying to get away. Waz just trinkets out of the kidney shot, and that's going to be the game. Poggers seal the deal. They managed to win this one. In game number 5, Acro will fall shortly after. They do eliminate Dragonlands Roulette from the tournament, but you got to give a lot of credit for Dragonlands Roulette. I feel like they made this series look a lot closer than last week, and I think Zank did a phenomenal job on that Restoration Druid. Unfortunately, it's just so difficult to deal with the pressure of Poggers, especially when you're being trained by that Assassination Rogue.
Yep, they just played as a unit, played all aggressive, pushing on the Druid constantly. Eventually going to find an opening between Klepto and between Fire Breath to where he's got no hots. Bear form will not be enough, and they are able to take him out. What a crazy match to heal. Dragonlands Roulette, even though they didn't really change their composition, they definitely improved their strategies in this series, because it wasn't a walk in the park for Poggers at all. It was a very close call for them throughout this series, but you see how powerful that Shiv is with the healing reduction. It's currently on Zank. He's dying through Frenzied Regen. He's dying through full hots. Just a huge amount of healing reduction as a Resto Druid, and if you don't have Bark Skin in those positions, or Nature Swiftness or Tree Form, it's really difficult to heal yourself back up. I like that Poggers swapped here to the Rogue, though, to just Tunnel Vision, because if you only Tunnel Vision one target, it becomes pretty easy to just be in a good position. And then right here, you catch him. It's like, all right, kidney the Rogue. Now he's like, oh no, the Rogue's going to die. But now let's just swap back with the next kidney and go back after the Druid. So really good swaps here from Poggers in Game 5, ultimately able to close it out. They stay alive in the tournament. This means Dragonlands Roulettes, they're kind of just left to watch and hope that some teams aren't able to take their position in the standings so that they still have a chance to qualify moving into the future. But that's it for our lower bracket games in this first round. We're now moving up into the upper bracket, which have some up-and-comer teams that are making names for themselves. I'm really excited to see how the Fiends perform this time in the upper side.
Yeah, the Fiends is becoming one of my favorite teams because they're playing, you're playing the Sub Rogue, the Survival Hunter, as well as the Holy Priest, and not a lot of people are playing this composition, and nobody is playing it as well as them, that is for sure. So they've managed, they're actually the team that sent the Poggers down to that lower bracket. It's a really, really explosive composition, lots of swapping, lots of crowd control, lots of burst, but at the same time, you're kind of flimsy, right? Like there's not a lot of defense. So they have to go all in with their tactics, but they're absolute specialists with this composition, and they are going to be going up against MYWAY, which could potentially be, we see a Hunter showdown here. Are we going to see Tony on the Feral? Are we going to see him on the Assassination Rogue? I think it's going to make for a really interesting series. Then, of course, after that, we have Team HUHU going up against the Agents, which is two teams you would kind of expect to be in that upper bracket. I think both of them have been kind of rock solid at this point. They have lots of different compositions, lots of different options. And I think it's a really, really even match between those two teams.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like Team HUHU are trying to establish themselves as like one of the lock shaman teams of EU. You always had like the dynasty of like the Z-Pies and the Swapsies holding it down, playing these Ellie Shaman defense-oriented compositions. And now Team HUHU have come together to try and challenge that dynasty.
Yeah, definitely. Team HUHU is going to be Infernion, Existence, Vanost, and Frankie. They've been playing the Elemental Shaman. They haven't played the Warrior. They've been playing the Elemental Shaman Demon Hunter, potentially the Elemental Shaman Warrior. I do think that is going to be a composition that kind of gains power as time goes on. Just seems really, really solid overall. So for the blind pick, I'm not exactly sure what Team HUHU is going to be going with, but we'll definitely have to see. That conversation can be tabled. We do have the Fiends going up against MYWAY after a very short break.
Welcome back, everyone. We are heading straight into this next game. We're hopping up to that upper bracket. It's the Fiends versus MYWAY in game number 1, Zico.
MYWAY going to be bringing back Tony Farrell here, so it's not going to be the Tony Shiv. And we are going to see Aritros tagged in here, as well as Luxia on his Resto Druid. So interesting composition coming out here from MYWAY. And of course, from the Fiends, we've come to expect it at this point. It's going to be the Holy Priest with Zenlin, Big Max on the Survival Hunter, and the Young Rat here on the Sub Rogue. Let's see what they can get done here immediately in the opener. They're actually going after Aritros. Smoke bomb coming out there from stealth by the rat. He actually gets feared up. They can't find the fear there actually onto Tony, and it looks like this opener won't force too much. Actually, they do get the trinket there on the blind at least from Luxia, so potential there on the side of the Fiends, maybe to go after the Druid later or to get another one of those extended CC chains. Blows being exchanged here in midfield. Tony actually taking a lot of damage, but it's going to be Big Max on the run. Rat as well now falling behind, and they are going to go behind that pillar, try to reset. Big Max actually trinketing out here, trying to stay alive without using that turtle, and it will be the Guardian instead coming out from Zenlin. Zenlin actually getting feared here. Rat dropping dangerously low. He's got a force to use that Cloak of Shadows, and now the pet actually gets res there for Big Max, so they are looking for that next setup here, Aya.
Sure are. Burned through a couple defensive, though, on the side of the Fiend, so immediately MYWAY starting off strong in this series as well. It's upper bracket, so look, the winner of this looking to move forward, so it's going to be putting them in a really nice place for this tournament. It's cool to see MYWAY stepping away a bit from that jungle and already starting off this series on a pretty strong note, but the Fiends looking to keep things stable for a little bit longer. We're seeing Big Max going at it in the middle here of this pillar. We're hitting his POV at the moment, so it's we have that aspect of the turtle up next from him. It's back up, so he's gonna be stable for a little bit, but look at that. We've got some pressure onto Rat over there at the moment, and he already used that Cloak of Shadows a little bit in that last go, so kind of seems like the Fiends have really been sort of having that damage and that pressure on them throughout the entirety of this beginning of this game, Zico, and Big Max looking like he's in trouble.
Yeah, he actually gets Cyclone there on the Ray of Hope, so I'm not sure if that's going to be a positive one. It will be a positive Ray right there, but like you said, Rat with no Cloak of Shadows, definitely taking some damage. There's the fear coming out from Zenlin. There's a kidney shot onto Luxia, full trap secured, and now they are going to go after Aritros. Aritros actually using his trinket earlier on, and it will not be that much damage coming out there onto Aritros. He will be able to stay alive with just that, and now as a result, it's going to be Big Max here once again on the run. Tony Farrell looking to chase him down here. Zenlin actually entering that Guardian form now, spamming out huge heals onto Rat, onto Big Max, keeping them alive. Luxia in a full blind. Rat looking for the sap. He gets it. Aritros trying to grip it. Gets the fear there. The silence combo onto Zenlin. And here comes the kidney shot onto Aritros. Here comes the damage. Do they have any more CC for Luxia? Doesn't look like it. And Luxia actually will be completely fine there to sit through that CC chain without using his trinket. And Zenlin forced to play a little bit of catch-up here, as well as both of these healers are running low on mana. Rat forced to trinket out here. He's taking big chomps from Tony Farrell, and he doesn't have any cooldowns really to survive with right now. Rat just gonna have to put full faith in his healer, and they're actually going aggressive with a smoke bomb attempt here onto Tony, who had no trinket right there. They try to get the trap onto Luxia, but it looks like Luxia dodged that trap somehow. Aritros getting a nice fear here as well, and it is once again going to be the Fiends here on the back foot.
Yeah, they really haven't been able to recover this entire game. Zenlin almost running out of mana. He's really had to use so many cooldowns to keep his team alive. Rat continuing to be in trouble. He's got no evasion, no Cloak of Shadows, just kind of running away from everyone right now. He's going to hide behind the pillar with Zenlin for just a moment, try and catch a breath. He's going to recover 4 now. He's stable for a little bit longer, but MYWAY really being relentless in this pressure that they're putting on them. But Tony Farrell actually could be in trouble, running in a bear form for a little bit, so stabilizing and getting his health up just a little. Luxia, you kind of see him over there keeping his teammates alive as well. So they're going to be fine at the moment. They're still continuing that damage also, so that was close for MYWAY, but Big Max continuing to lose health. The Fiends still on that back foot, still haven't been able to find that their sort of their rhythm here in this series. We see Rat using that evasion. Big Max less than half health. He still has that turtle, but Zenlin could be the one going down. He's training out that void shift. And this is just looking like it might be falling apart for the Fiends at the moment. This is upper bracket. They've had a really strong series. They had some really strong offline games as well. I was talking with Zenlin before we headed into this weekend, and he's saying that their team was kind of struggling against those road compositions, as many in the EU region are. And this team right now isn't playing one, but they're still kind of not really finding their footing here. Rat dropping dangerously low just a moment ago, and they're still getting health just chunked down, and it doesn't look good for them. But Tony Farrell and Eritros kind of there goes that void shift. But I mean, now it's kind of looking a little volatile on both sides, Zico.
Yeah, Zenlin though completely tapped on mana right there, looking to sit down for a drink, recover a little bit of mana. There's the Nature Swiftness from Luxia, who is also completely owned, but he does get that Incarnation back. BigMax's gonna trinket and trade out the Turtle. That was the blind sap. That was the big kill window for the Rats, or the Fiends, sorry. And we see the Rat here in the background, in stealth, lurking in the shadows, looking for that next opener. But BigMax could be falling down here. They got nothing left. I don't know how Zenlin's gonna be able to keep him alive here. BigMax dropping dangerously low here. He's gonna be about 50% HP. And there's the main stand coming in. He does have the Ray of Hope though. Zenlin with his last little bit of mana here, trying to save BigMax, but there's a Siphon. They need to kill that Siphon as soon as possible. They managed to do it, but the damage is done, and BigMax will fall. But Eritros actually still has his dispersion, so he's not going to be in any real trouble there. Eritros will recover as well. A well-played opener here from the Fiends, but it will be MYWAY actually bringing out the Feral Shadow Priest here, and they're able to take that game number 1, but it was close. They had that, they forced out Luxia's Trinket a little bit earlier, then they had that full blind sap, and they almost took down Tony with that, and there was the void shift from Eritros that actually managed to keep him alive. You can see it here on the replay potentially. This is, I think, actually after that moment. So this is right at the end of the match, after Tony already survived that moment. Eritros gets a nice fear, and then Eritros here with the Siphon as well. Now, they stun up BigMax while he's trying to kill that Siphon in that Ray of Hope. Unfortunately, not going to be able to get any work done since that Siphon is active, reducing the healing by 50%. So the Ray buffs the healing, it pauses your HP, and then it buffs the healing that the priest does into the Ray. And if there's a Siphon down, however, it nerfs that healing by 50%. So could have been a little bit better there, but BigMax, he had a tough choice to make there. He needed to go for the Mending Bandage to, you know, dispel all the dots and the bleeds. Or to go for that Siphon kill, and unfortunately he got Psychic Horrored from a VT dispel, and as a result, you can see it right here, and he goes for that Mending Bandage. It removes the VT, and he does get a horror effect, so he can't actually kill the Siphon. And I mean, he's kind of in a tough spot there. Either he kills the Siphon, but then the bleeds might take him out, or he tries to take out the dots, but then the Siphon takes him out. So tough position, and I think it just comes down to the fact that the Fiends needed, you know, a little bit more pressure earlier on. They needed to get those trinkets a little bit earlier. This comp from MYWAY just looked bulletproof.
Yeah, kind of the perfect storm there. Did you almost call them the Rats again?
Yeah.
I think that's a fun name. I think we ought to suggest a name change for them.
They don't mind it when I said it to Zenlin, because me and Zenlin were good friends. I told him I called you guys the Rats by accident, and he just started laughing about it. I mean, they have a rat on their team, so you know. Yeah. But their name is the Fiends, so we'll try to stick to that as much as possible. We got Ashamans, so they're picking a large map here for this game.
Yep, sure are. That, of course, is the Fiends map choice, so maybe they can get a tie in this one. MYWAY, if you guys haven't been watching the European region, this is a staple. They've been playing that jungle cleave for a really long time. It's kind of a very consistent team, especially when they're playing that comp. And now all of a sudden, we're seeing them switch it up, Zico. Like, what advantage does having Eritros come in with that Shadow Priest bring for this team?
I mean, it's a big advantage, right? Because it's not very often we see MYWAY kind of swap out from their jungle. They've typically always been just the jungle one trick. They even competed without a fourth, you know, on their member in the past. So, you know, seeing Casso on the bench, not something that we see typically from these guys, but So far, it's been working out well for them. Aritros, he kind of brings in a lot of different casters to their team, brings in, Warlock, Shadow Priest, has a lot of experience on those casters. So it's going to be nice to have that, and that kind of allows them to be a little bit more flexible. And also Luxia, we haven't talked too much about this guy, but Luxia definitely, his main is the Restoration Druid, but he really excels on things like the Evoker, we've seen him on multiple healers here, bringing in a lot of flexibility to this team, but they're going to need it because Tony just gets blasted in the opener. That was an insane amount of damage. We're going to need to see that on the replay, but that was the Cold Blood secret technique. That was the assault as well from the Hunter, and I think that was a power infusion as well on the Hunter. And I'm pretty sure he just died in Tim stun. I think it was also the Shadow Blades there. So all offensive cooldowns being popped there, and Tony just got zapped. But we need to see exactly why he wasn't in bear form. I don't think he was in bear form. Like, there's no way he dies through bear form like that.
I feel like I didn't even have a chance to kind of see what was going on before we saw him go down, but we're gonna see that replay right here.
Oh, so he gets gouged. Actually, it was a gap for him to go into bear form, but I think he got caught as he tried to shift. And that should have been an instant trinket from Tony, because. So I think he actually could have, because he was greedy here. So he uses the trash, he uses the bite. And then he tries to shift into bear, and he gets caught mid-shift, I think. And then he does use the bark skin. He thinks that's going to be enough, but it is not going to be enough there. And I actually wonder, I didn't see if Zenlin, can we see that one more time? Did Zenlin actually get a mind games off there as well onto
Super
Tony?
slow-mo.
Yeah, my old eyes can't keep up here with the action. That was a 25-second game. That was literally the fastest game I think we've had. Thank you, production. Okay, so we're going to see here. So what does Zenlin do? He's off screen, but I think he also casts a mind games here potentially. He casts a Holy Fire and a Smite. So Zenlin, he didn't go for the mind games, but he did also add in a little bit of extra burst there at the end. So it's just all three members getting a clean opener. There's a 3v1, And Rat, he did this in the last game as well. He likes to smoke bomb and then open, If you can sap the target, drop a smoke bomb and then open, it's small things like that that actually allows you to do more damage, right? Because if you already stun the target, every global, you want every global to just be damage. But you obviously have to drop that smoke bomb as well for the CC, so he doesn't get heals. And a lot of the time as well, when you kidney shot a target and you pop your cooldowns, it's kind of a queue. Now, in this case, it doesn't matter because Aritros was sapped. But a lot of the time when you play a priest, for example, you see your target is in a kidney shot, okay, kidney shot, Shadow Blades is up, I'm going to grip here. And there's a good chance you will just grip the smoke bomb. So it's very heads up. It's a lot more, unpredictable. And you actually earn one global worth of damage. And it's just small things like that actually allows these people to do as much damage as they do. It's definitely not an easy comp to pull off, but these guys are absolute experts at it. And Big Mex actually is streaming, guys, at twitch.tv/BigMexWow. If you want to head on over there and see, the Hunter's point of view, feel free to watch the games from there. Maybe you can listen into the comms a little bit, get into, get a little bit more inside the players' heads and see what exactly they are thinking and saying.
What a random place to be between games. Lock mode on. I didn't even know you could get there in the tournament realm. maybe it's peaceful.
Yeah, maybe you want to just dodge the competition there, you want to just hide out somewhere, in a spot where people can't inspect you and see what gear you're running and things like that. I mean, they could see it anyway on the AWC companion, but still.
True. Yeah, and if you want to go check out what he's doing, despite him being all the way over there in Lock Mode On, you can go to awc.gcd.tv, check out any of the players in this current matchup and what exactly they are running. But that being said, we're heading into the third game. The Fiends won that most recent game after they completely nuked MYWAY in game number 2, and they are the next winner of this third game is going to be on match point. That's going to be a very good thing for them. So game number 3, heading into Empyrean Domain. No changes on either side as well, Zico, in terms of comps.
Yeah, no changes. Both teams are just going to lead with their best foot forward. And the only team that would change in this series is probably MYWAY. the Fiends, this is what they run. This is the only thing they run. And it's nice to see, you know, a team just stick to one specific comp and just try to make it work into everything. Aritros right now looking for the combat here, looking to deny those saps, and Big Max throwing down, you know, a root trap there, allowing Zenlin to kind of dance around that pillar and deny the combat. Now they are looking for these cats. Now, this is a very bright map, but unfortunately, it does not increase your chances to be detected here if you are Luxia and Tony. Now, the problem is here for Big Max, his camouflage will end eventually, and when his camouflage ends, then they will be able to spot Big Max and actually open onto him on the side of MYWAY. So that's what they're waiting for. But Big Max might be able to find somebody. They sap Aritros. Big Max is dangerously close there to Luxia. He goes for the flare. Oh, I think he spotted him there. And that will be the Intim trap. Tony opens up Big Max trinkets to get the trap. And there's the scatter shot as well. It's a 3v1. They're going after Aritros. But Aritros gets a double fear right there. Shuts it down. Beautifully denied there by Aritros. Now here comes the smoke bomb. There's the Siphon as well. And they're going after Tony. Tony not trinketing here in the smoke bomb and actually staying in it. And so far, when all is said and done, it will be Luxia's trinket for that blind from Rat, and it will actually be Big Max down a trinket as well. So I would say, oh, actually Rat down his trinket as well. So a little bit of an advantage for MYWAY so far.
Yeah, most definitely starting off strong here. They did have to pop that Tree of Life and to keep everyone alive. And like Zico said, no trinket, but they're going to be good for now. So continuing to get that pressure onto Rad. He's about half health right now, but he's still got a Cloak of Shadows evasion quite a bit at the moment. Luxia now, he's going to be getting quite a bit of damage onto him. You can see Big Max and Rat just sort of chasing all over the map towards Tony at the moment, trying to get that Siphon down as well. Definitely want to get those down when you see them up as soon as possible. So we're about 2 minutes into this game, and lots of cooldowns being kind of traded off on both sides. Everything pretty fine for now on the Fiends. If you remember right, for game number 1, they had quite a bit of just like downtime on the side of the Fiends, and then obviously turned it around for game 2. So things are spelling a little bit better for them here in game number 3. When I was talking with Big Max earlier this weekend, they said they were really confident heading into the series against MYWAY. So we'll see if they do get this win, get this match point. But obviously MYWAY, they really do need the points. I don't think we've actually talked about it yet. They're 7th right now in terms of standing, so they might be just a little bit desperate. There's Airchos going about half health on the right side here. You can see he's kind of being chased on the left side of the map. Lexi, of course, making that connection, trying to keep him nice and stable, but maybe they turn it around here, Zico.
Airtos actually has no dispersion. They're trying to power through. Luxia's healing right now. Silence going out onto Zenlin, and it will be Rat actually in a lot of trouble here. He's got no trinket for this. There's the Void Shift coming out from Zenlin, and that will also be a scatter there onto Aritros that actually saved the Rat right there and bought him that split second for Zenlin. Here comes the smoke bomb onto Aritros. He trinkets out double fears immediately. Zenlin with the Master Spell here to try to remove those fears. Aritros dropping quite low here. They want to try to soften him up, get him quite low, and then go for the trap. Here's the trap. Does Aritros have a Master Spell? Doesn't look like he has the Master Spell just yet, and it will be actually Aritros looking quite fine here as Luxia is able to keep him alive, but there's a trinket onto the blind from Luxia. So now Rat has no blind, Luxia has no trinket. They could swap to Luxia. We saw them do it earlier, or they could just try to keep going onto Aritros. He's got no dispersion for 25 seconds, but right now Big Mix in a lot of trouble. Big heals coming out from Zenlin. He's got that aspect of the turtle. If he does need it, he might actually have to use it. They're trying to get aggressive here. There's the sheep shot. There's the kid shot onto Aritros. Tony tries to eat the trap, and Tony manages to actually eat the trap there, manages to kick Zenlin as well, and it will be Big Max taking a huge bite right there. Tony with some MVP plays there towards the end of the game. We're going to see it in the replay. He's ping-ponging all over this map, eats the trap, gets the kick, gets the damage off as well, and Tony's definitely feeling himself after that one.
Yeah, you can also see the disappointment in Big Mix. There's still a turtle available at the end too. MYWAY getting that victory. Now they're on match point, so this is going to be really good for them. Able to win a game in a upper bracket series. We're going to see how it all went down in those final moments for the Fiends right here.
Yeah, so Big Mix gets the scatter shot there onto Aritros. He might have actually killed him before that Void Shift came out if he didn't. Here, this is, I think this is where Tony starts bringing the heat. So they get the silence onto Zenlin. Aritros gets big damage onto Big Max. They gouge Tony. but it breaks, I think. And then here, they don't want to use the turtle, so they want to get aggressive. And Rat goes for the cheap shot here onto Luxia. And then you can see Tony pushing in here, eats the trap off of Luxia, then ducks back in, jumps over onto Rat, kicks Zenlin because the jump gets him into kick range, and then he gets back onto his target and actually takes him out there with a big ferocious bite. So Tony, he's definitely everywhere he needs to be right there in the final moments of that game. Definitely really, really strong performance, I would say.
Yeah, definitely. BRB checking Twitter, seeing what he has to say about this series so far, because they are definitely on the up right now, having a really strong showing, 2-1, and it's the upper bracket, so they are in a really good position at the moment to get this in a 3-1 victory. Do you think that's doable for them, or is this going to go to Game 5, Zico?
Well, I think it's possible that we go to Game 5. We've seen the Fiends already reverse sweep twice, so I would definitely not count them out. And as far as Tony's Twitter goes, I think after that one, there's only one thing he can say, and that is big bursts. Because that's exactly what he did here.
No, he definitely did, and you'll see it in just a couple minutes, as just a couple moments, as Big Mex is going to go down very soon.
Yeah, definitely some big burst coming out there. And I feel like Tony, he needed to redeem himself there. After that first game, he kind of died in the smoke bomb, but this move here is nice. He leaps, kicks, and then gets back onto his target, gets the damage off. Definitely some nice mechanics there from Tony. Some tops the damage as well. And I feel like it's like that sometimes when you're a player and you really mess up in one of your games and you're like, dang, we should have won that. Like that was I fed, and it's nice to just kind of try extra hard the next game and kind of redeem yourself a little bit. So good stuff. And this is an odd map pick here, Mugambala. Yeah. Typically not something that we see locked in competitive, but it will be the Fiends locking it in, and I'm curious as to why.
I don't think I've seen this at all in AWC yet this year. Have you?
I'm not sure. I think it might have been locked in at some point, but usually when Mugambala gets locked in, it's a Warlock. I'm actually not entirely sure if it has been. I think it might have. Okay, so it is first time on this map in Dragonflight, so we will see it for the first time, and it's such a large map. It has so many levels. Like just the starting room alone is like big enough to basically be like a map, and then you have this big area in the middle, and also this kind of gigantic pillar that goes through the entire map, as well as that upper portion. So I think Warlocks and also Evokers, they don't mind this map that much because they can, gateway from the bottom all the way up to the top. And you can also rescue someone if you're an Evoker all the way from the bottom to the top. But a Holy Priest, I think Holy Priests actually do like this map as well because they can enter that kind of Spirit of Redemption, like angel form, and just stay in the middle up top and actually get out a lot of heals. But I'm not sure if that's what they're deciding to do. If they will even play on the top side of the map, I really am not sure. I'm curious to see what they will decide to do with this map and why they locked it in, because it is, this is the first time we see it this year in AWC. So we're on cup number 3. It's very, very unconventional pick.
Yeah, this is the first time we're seeing it here in AWC, so for sure be keeping an eye out on the Fiends, because this was their map choice. Maybe like Zico said, they have some sort of plan in terms of the unique positioning that you can do on this map, so we'll see what they have in store. The Fiends looking to tie this one up, but MYWAY very close to closing it out 3-1. You can bet that the Fiends aren't going to give it up that easily.
Yeah, the Fiends actually will be playing up top here by the looks of it. So let's see what they decide to do. They get a sap. Tony this time goes immediately into bear form. He doesn't want to play around there with that opener. They get an intim stun here onto Luxia. They trap Luxia. They go after Aritros. There's the kidney shot. Here comes the damage. Potentially a disperse. Aritros being a little bit greedy there. They get the resap as well. Zenlin is in position for the fear. They need to kick the master spell. They actually go for the full blind there onto Luxia. I would have much rather seen a fear used there, but Luxia will trinket out. Rat getting silenced right there. And he actually steps steps to Luxia. Shadowy duels there in pure panic. And Zenlin in that Guardian form is going to be standing there on the stairs, spamming out the heals. Tony immediately bashes him when he comes out of that one. There's the stun onto Big Mex. Big Mex actually trinketing out there into a double fear by Aritros. Aritros dropping dangerously low there as well. There's the stun onto Luxia. Tony eating the trap once again. There's the smoke bomb. Big damage onto Aritros. Void Shift comes out onto Tony. Tony now getting swapped to here as he does manage to get topped by Luxia with that Broccoli form engaged. And it looks like they've been able to force every single cooldown here from MYWAY. That next trap could be the one that decides the game, Maya.
I love how you can see Zenlin using that map up there and the stairs just kind of poking out, getting those heals, and then quickly retreating behind that stairs up the pillar. Rat just dropping dangerously low so many times on MYWAY as well. We're seeing a lot of health bars just get yoinked down, but it kind of looks like the Fiends are really in trouble here. All three of them continuing to drop in health. MYWAY being absolutely relentless in terms of damage and pressure in game number 3. They want to close this one out. They want to say, hey, game number 2 was a mistake. We should have had this one 3-0. So they're really not making this easy for the Fiends. But this is kind of their home turf. This is the map that they picked. So that you can bet that they're feeling comfortable right here on Mugambala territory. So maybe they'll get this one out. Obviously in a 2-2 tie. So we'll see as we continue here in this map. Now they're using the pillar on the lower level here. So we're no longer going to be able to see Zen use that staircase to kind of keep that enemy team sort of line of sight from him. We're seeing Zenlin sort of run away. Big Mex kind of stun over there, and he's also going to be dropping low in health. He's still got that turtle, though, so he's going to be fine for a moment. And then Rat, he's got Cloak Shadow coming up in about 15 seconds. So they are a little bit low in health, but they've got quite a few resources still before they really want to be worrying about themselves. So everyone's stable for now. We're seeing them retreat up the stairs here on Mugambala, Zico.
Yeah, it's not looking good here for the Fiends. They kind of messed up their kill window there. They had a window where they had no cooldowns left on the side of MYWAY, but now they have the dispersion back, they have the trinket back, and they need to go through basically this brick wall defense once again here. The silver lining is that they still have that Void Shift on cooldown. There's the full trap. Here's the fear onto Tony. Master Spell, they need to kick these Master Spells, and they're not able to. Another fear coming in here, and Rat is going to be in big trouble here. He's ducking towards his healer. There's the silence onto Zenlin. He shadow steps back. Can he stay alive for a little bit? Smoke bomb defensively by Rat. Some evasive maneuvers here as he does catch that Ray of Hope. There's the blind onto Luxia. They're going for the damage here. This could be a throw. Somebody's going to have to press something here. Full sap onto Luxia. There's the cheap shot onto Aritros. That will be the dispersion here. Can they keep the crowd control chain going, though? They have a trap there on DR. They could have a potentially big surprising burst here, and another massive spell coming out for Aritros, but it might be too little too late. Big Mix, though, in trouble. Trinkets out here. Tony trying to put up the pressure right now, but Tony might get stunned here to slow him down. Not sure exactly what the Fiends have planned here as they try to retreat. Tony doing a lot of work here onto Rat, but Rat tanking it out here with the evasion so far, and he's looking quite good right now. Zenlin still has to catch up here on the healing. There's the silence coming out. There's the Psyfiend. Oh, it's planted in the back. It's going to be a tough Psyfiend to take down here. It's going to probably get full value here as they make a swap over onto Tony. He's got no trinket. Luxia, trinkets out of the trap right there. Aritros with a defensive fear, but now once again, if Rat and Big Mix can stay alive, they could potentially have this one in the bag. No cooldowns on any members of MYWAY. They've gone through the gauntlet of defensive. They just need one clean setup where they shut down the Master Spell, where they don't get double feared. They have the damage potentially to take somebody down. They also have a win condition with that full blind coming up in 50 seconds. If they somehow can stay alive, those 50 seconds definitely feel like an eternity here for Zenlin.
Yeah, they certainly do. We're 4.5 minutes into this game, and the Fiends have really been in trouble pretty much this entire time. We'll see if they can continue on, though. They're kind of all three of them hiding behind this big pillar here in the middle of the map on the lower level, and now we're seeing Rat try and make something happen here. He's going to go after Luxia. We'll see if they can make a connection. There it is right now. So Luxia caught in that stun, and they're going to try and make another go here.
Big swap onto Luxia here. He might get one shot. There's the shadowy dude. There's the big damage. The shadow strikes are coming in. The secret technique is coming in. And they managed to find that window. What an insane setup there. Coming out from the Fiends on Mugambala. They're going to take the dub. And we are going to be going to a game number 5. That was extremely well done. And that's the scary thing. When you go up against the Fiends, they're going after the Shadow Priest. They're going after your healer. They're going after the Feral Druid. You just don't know where they will get this massive burst. And that secret technique one shot from the sub rogues it is scary to deal with. And I think they actually had Shadow Blades back there at the end, or it might have been a couple of seconds off. I'm not sure actually if it was back in time there, but we are going to see it. So here is early on. They get this is a pretty big opener. They get the sap, they get the blind, they force out the trinkets, and then here they force out I think the void shift came out here. Yeah, so that's the void shift as well. And this is kind of the checklist. So Aritros, there's no trinket, no dispersion, there's no trinket on Luxia, and that's basically your checklist. And then the only one who can save the day is Tony. Here's a dangerous situation onto Rat, but that Ray of Hope manages to keep him alive there. There's the Ray of Hope again. You can see that Ray with that buff at the top. If that buff right under the dampening timer is blue, that means it's a negative. If it's yellow, then that means it's a positive one. So that's how you can track it. And here, the final setup. So they gouge Luxia out of form. They cheap shot Aritros into a double fear with the chastise. Then they get the kidney shot, secret technique. Aritros gets his trinket back up, but he's got nothing to do. And look at that mind control instantly on his trinket by Zenlin to deny any kind of shenanigans from Aritros there, trying to make sure that the druid actually does go down. Big swap there. And the Fiends, that's why I said it at the start when you asked me, you cannot count these guys out. They have done it so many times, pulling off these reverse sweeps, and this is still anybody's series.
No, it really is. I mean, the Fiends, like I was saying in a couple of games ago, like Big Mex, he said he felt confident in this series, and he's really showing what they can do as a team. So incredibly done by them. It really looked like they were going to go down several times in that last game, but well done at the end of there. So now we are in a game 5. We're getting to Tiger's Peak as well. This was a map choice by MYWAY, so pretty neutral territory. And then obviously no changes on either side in terms of composition. So this is a super even match, Zico. I don't know what you're thinking.
Oof, I'm thinking whoever plays better is going to be able to take it. I feel like MYWAY, their comp is like, this is like the classic World of Warcraft, you know? In World of Warcraft, there's usually, you know, 2 types of comps. There's those setup-based comps, and then there's those kind of defensive-oriented comps where if they can outlast you, if they can block your kill enough times, they win. And if you can set up your kill well enough times, then you win on the side of the Fiends. So it's going to be interesting to see. You know, we got Tiger's Peak. There's 2 cats on the side of MYWAY. So they got the home field advantage here potentially. And we'll see what the Fiends can do here.
It's Tigers.
Yeah, because they're cats.
Right? Okay.
Yeah.
No, well, we will see what they can do here, but you know, the context of this is like it is upper bracket, but like I think MYWAY and honestly the Fiends, neither of these teams are in the top 3. The Fiends in a little bit of a better place in terms of standing, so this is a really important matchup for both of them. And obviously, like these 2 teams have been playing well enough to get here to the top 8 consistently enough to get a decent amount of points. But I mean, this is cup number 3. They're kind of running out of opportunities if they want to make it into the top 3. So they're really fighting for to stay in this tournament as long as possible to make as many points as possible. So both of these teams are really showing up to play here, which is definitely proven by the fact that we've gone to a game 5 and we may even see you know, a pretty quick turnaround from the Fiends, having won that last one when it kind of looked like MYWAY was going to close it out. So what, I mean, man, I don't even know what I want to say about this because I just feel like it's been so unpredictable, especially with that last one. But I mean, can the Fiends really even reproduce these wins that they've been having? I mean, if you think about the 2 games that they've won in this, like they basically one shot in one game on MYWAY, and then the Fiends kind of close that one out like we just saw in Mogumbala, Zico.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like the one thing, you know, you can't really criticize the Fiends because they're playing something very unique and they're extremely good at it. But
Yes.
if there is one thing I would say they need to do better, it is they need to shut down Aritros. And for Aritros, the thing that he's been doing that's really been, you know, messing up the strategy here for the Fiends is that he's getting those double fears and he's getting those master spells. Now, the master spell is a really fast cast as well, but you need to make sure that they either kick that or get the restun before he can get that cast off, because a lot of the time they'll get a stun onto Tony. They'll fear Tony, they'll stun Aritros, they'll go for Aritros, and they will stun Luxia. And while they're doing the setup, there will either be, you know, a trinket fear coming out from Aritros, and you can't really do too much about that. But sometimes there will also be, for example, Rat has to go for a blind onto the healer and then, or sap out of a blind, and then try to make it back to his target. And in that little gap, Aratros comes out of the stun, and somebody needs to be on point there and actually kick his Master Spell, because if Aratros can Master Spell the traps, or if he can even pre-Master Spell right before he gets stunned, that is the problem right now for the Fiends, because that is a setup where they get nothing, and they can't have those setups because there's so many cooldowns that they have to rotate through, you know, Void Shift, Dispersion, all the different trinkets, you know, Trank Bubble as well, Tony eating a trap, you know, things like this. They need to really try to make sure that those Master Spells are being shut down as much as possible. And another thing I wanted to actually talk about is the fact that Aratros silenced the Rogue twice in that game. Now, I don't know if that's actually a mistake on Aratros's end, but there is a kind of a weird bug right now with Arena 123 macros. So if he's using Arena 123 macros to silence, and a target goes in stealth or a target goes in invis that he's trying to silence, it actually will go on Arena 2 sometimes. So actually, is Zenlin running the Night Elf? Yeah, he is. So Zenlin might be using his Shadow Meld right before he's going for that silence, and then it will, even though he's hitting the right keybind, it might go on somebody else. It's very annoying. It happens to me as well when I play Mage. Sometimes I'll just sheep the target that we're killing, and I promise I'm not misclicking it. This is not like deflection.
Not a bit of copium.
Yeah, there's no copium here. I will give Aratros the benefit of the doubt because I know it looks a bit funny when that happens, but I think the only thing that you can actually do about that is just not go for those arena macros. I will just have to change his keybinds up a little bit potentially to work around that, or try to pay attention to that Shadow Meld a little bit more, maybe track it. Either way, we have our next game, the Fiends versus MYWAY, game number 5. It will all be decided here. This is a upper bracket match. Both of these teams are hungry for points. Luxia is looking super focused right now. It is game time, and may the better team win here, Aya.
Indeed, may the better team win. Best of 5. Loser of this one actually going to have to go and face Just for Fun, which is another very strong team. So it's about to be a very long day for one of these teams. So we're seeing the opener right here on game number 5. We're in Tiger's Peak, of course. Love this mount from Zenlin. Also, I wish I could have gotten that one. Kind of jealous. But anyways, if you want that, check out openings for the TR for the following cups on Twitter. But that being said, let's talk about this game. We're about 30 seconds in. We haven't seen a connection yet. No opener. This is very important, especially considering the stakes of this one. Both of these teams have fought long and hard, brought it all the way to a game number 5. And these moments that you're about to see right here are about to be extremely important. We just saw Rat open up on Aratros.
Big opener here. Zenlin's already moving into position here for the Fear. They do get the blind there onto Luxia, and they do hold on to that Fear actually for a little bit later. Zenlin now entering that Guardian mode. So let's see what they were able to get here in the opener. It just Luxia's trinket. So Luxia potentially going to be the target of choice here for the Fiends. See if they can decide to go after him. They do cheap shot him. He does use the Bark Skin. And it will be Rat actually getting swapped to getting grip back. They're just happy to take that bark skin. They're happy to take that trinket. And they're looking to set up maybe a big one-shot here. But first, Big Mix needs to stay alive. He's dropping dangerously low. He does catch a couple of big heals. And there's the swap attempt here actually onto Tony with the smoke bomb. They do get the full trap here as well. And I'm not sure how much I like this Tony go here. They could have actually potentially sent Luxia there. He's got no bark skin. He's got no revival, no trinket. But they're still babysitting Luxia right now. There's the Shadowy Duo coming out as well. Tony taking a lot of damage here. Big Mix and Zenlin soloing him. Tranquility coming out there while he's in the Shadowy Duo. There's the Void Shift coming out. Beautiful setup there coming out from the Fiends. They extend the CC chain long enough to be able to get Tony's trinket, or to be able to get Luxia's entire spell book and that Void Shift from Aratros. However, Tony still has trinket. Big Mix on the back foot here, taking a lot of damage. Zenlin actually big Shadow Melded right there, beautifully timed. They do get a trap on Aratros. Here comes the swap. Big damage coming in. There's the kidney shot. There's the DR cheap shot. Big Mix all over him. They don't have anything here. Can they keep Luxia alive is the question. Luxia manages to survive with that Barkskin coming back off cooldown. Rat taking a lot of damage. Big Mix as well will be the evasion. And once again, the Fiends, they've done their hit. Now it's time to run.
Oh my gosh, and they better run, because look at Rat right now. He just traded out that Cloak of Shadows. He's still dangerously low, and yet he's still chasing all over the map, still continuing on with that aggression. Big Max having to use that turtle as well, so both of these players really in trouble here, and Zenlin's dropping low also, so all three of these players really having to force to use so many defensives just to stay stabilized here. About 2.5 minutes in, already the Fiends feeling so much mounting pressure on top of the MYWAY being pretty relentless, but we're not really seeing the Fiends hold back at all. They're certainly playing extremely aggressively here in game number 5, and you're seeing Rat just continuing to pummel against. Oh my gosh! I mean, look at these trade-offs happening right now in the middle of the map. So many exchanges happening at the moment. We're seeing Tony kind of caught in the middle right there. Big Mex and Rat's going to take just a moment to breathe across the pillar. We're seeing Big Mex sort of poke around that pillar to follow around Eritros to see if he can get something done, trinket it out of that fear that Eritros put on here. And oh my god, I mean, look at them. They're just continuing to drop down. Eritros using those defensives. He's about halfway, but look at Rat as well. We may even see someone drop down now. Nope, we're fine. We're fine for a moment, Zico.
Yeah, but Rat right now, he's got nothing left. The Siphon gets full value right there. They kick the Master Spell beautifully down. They're going after Tony here. Rat going for the resap as well into potentially a shadowy duel here. This could be Tony actually winning the exchange, though. He's doing so much damage. Tony, while his healer is getting crowd control, just basically doing some work here. Zenlin is in a full fear. Big Mex, how is he going to stay alive? Full kidney shot onto Luxia. Big Mex, what a nice harpoon right there. Back over onto Aritros, into his healer's line of sight, but the CC chain is still continuing. The Guardian comes out. Is it going to be enough? Zenlin manages to keep him alive here, but they got no offense right now on the side of the Fiends. Every cooldown available on the side of MYWAY, and MYWAY are looking fantastic in the series. Another Siphon getting full value. You can see Big Mex rolls in with the mending bandage. There's the smoke bomb being dropped. Tony ducks out, and so does Aritros. And so far, they've had to use defensive blinds, defensive smoke bombs just to stay in the fight. And now, full kidney shot onto Tony. Big Mix going after Tony, and Rat is actually onto Aritros, getting ready to kick the Master Spell there, potentially doing what he can right now onto Tony, but it's going to be Rat once again on the back foot. There is the Psychic Horror into the jump fear by Aritros. They smell blood in the water. They're trying to take down Rat. Big Mix goes for the trap, not able to get it, and now once again it will be Rat on the back foot. Big Mix as well here, could just fall. Big damage coming in here from Tony. He gets gouged, and they manage to stay alive a little bit longer, but Zenlin, he's got 0 mana left. Another Siphon. They need to line of sight it, and they are able to do so. But Big Mix is left in no man's land. He gets gripped back. Defensive blind once again onto Tony. He trinkets out. Tony might regret that a little bit later, as that damage could be overwhelming. He's in bear form. He knows it could be very scary if he gets caught out of form. He doesn't have that trinket to rely on. Luxia's man is not looking too good either. Zenlin in a full cyclone. Luxia trying to close it out here. The nice Guardian there by Zenlin allows him to free heal here without using mana. And Big Mex now going for the trap, gets it. Can they get the MD? The Master Spell gets feared by Zenlin into the gouge. They want Tony. Luxia has the trinket though. They got no blind. They got nothing available. They do have a shadowy duel and a secret technique. So Rat has his damage. And that, I think, is the only way the Fiends can win this match. It is not looking good, but they have stalled long enough to get some of their defensives back onto Big Mex at least.
Yeah, we'll see if they can stall just a little bit longer. This is kind of how last game honestly went for the Fiends. You know, they were kind of holding out to the very last minute with all of that mounting pressure, and it didn't look like it was going well until they were able to close out that win. So maybe that's what they're looking to do here again in game number 5. But it's really looking dangerous right now for both Big Mex and Rat. Really not much is left for them, especially Zen. You can't even see that mana bar. So I don't know how much longer this team is going to be able to hang on, but they just need one clean setup like they did in game number 4 to make it happen for them to get that reverse sweep onto MYWAY. But look, Rat using that evasion, he's got 7 seconds before he has Cloak of Shadows up left, but it really looked like he could go down any minute here. He's running away, but Tony Farrell's chasing after him. He's really not making it easy for him. Zenlin trying to get him stabilized for just a minute, but it is not looking good. Big Mex using that turtle. Rat is able to stabilize with his health. And it's so scary right now for the Fiends. So much damage, so much pressure. Tony Farrell continuing to make those connections here. Actually caught into a fear as well. He's going to use that trinket to get out of it. And he's going to be fine for now, but it's just so scary for the Fiends. This is their final moment for them to stay in that upper bracket, Zico.
Oh my goodness, the swap comes out. Rat though on 1 HP manages to shadow step back defensively. Can he stay alive? Aritros is fully HP'd, and it will be the Rat falling right there with his team of the Fiends. And Luxia is so happy they won that. What a nail biter to end it there. They almost took down Aritros right there, but the Void Shift came through, and the Void Shift, what a lifesaver. Luxia was completely tapped. You can see the relief on his face there. And when they were able to actually win that. And I gotta say, Zenlin is a monster. He had no mana, and he plays a Holy Priest, which are kind of considered weak right now. And he is able to keep his team going and going and going. absolutely incredible stuff here from the Fiends, but they will be dropping down to the lower bracket, and we'll see some of those moments here that kind of decided the game. So here, I think is a close call onto Tony. They got that. So they got the shadowy duel right now between Luxia and Rat, and he's able to keep him alive with that tranquility as he does heal through it. And here, Rat almost falls, catches the shield there from Zenlin, and I think his She Dev actually procs here as well. There it is, and he catches the Ray of Hope, manages to go back in, and that Ray will top him. Big Mex using that turtle, and Zenlin is completely dry right here. He can't do anything, and this is the big moment here. Look at Aratros. He's got no disperse. He gets caught there in the worst spot possible, drops to 1% HP right there, but he gets that jump Void Shift onto Luxia, and then Rat's trying to kite here. Look at Luxia. He's basically dying to Big Mex solo over there, but Rat falls before him, and they're able to get victory right there. What an insanely well-played game as well from MYWAY, rotating their defensive like perfectly. It's not an easy thing to do.
No, definitely not, especially against a team like the Fiends. I mean, they're currently higher than them in the standing. So, if you just look at it from a points perspective, they've kind of been doing better. But MYWAY proving their worth here, taking it all the way to a game 5 and still managing to shut down the Fiends. Now they are going to be dropping down to the lower bracket, like I said, to face off against Just for Fun, who had a really strong series earlier this morning with a really quick 3-0. So we'll have to see how they do. But MYWAY really strong showing, and it's looking good for them. I mean, what do you think they can do against maybe like an RMP team, Zico?
The Fiends?
MYWAY.
Well, I feel like we're gonna need to see some big plays come out of MYWAY. I think this is their best placing so far in all of the cups this far. I think this is the first time they actually make it to Championship Sunday. Potentially, so we'll see what they can actually get done there, but they do at least secure themselves a top 4 finish here, and we'll just see who they actually get to face off, because we're not entirely sure. Actually, they won't even potentially be facing a RMP, because both of those teams are Rogue Ellie, DH Ellie-ish. Both of these teams basically play the same stuff. With a little bit of a twist, the agents do have an assassination rogue on their roster, but Team HUHU, Lock Ellie, DH Ellie, and the same thing goes for the agents. So it really could go either way between those two. We've seen them kind of have some close series in the past. So MYWAY, they're just gonna have to wait and see who they get. But the Fiends, though, will actually be facing a Rogue Mage team in Just for Fun. And Just for Fun has been playing, they played a really clean Fire Mage game. And for the Fiends, I feel like they did really well into the Arcane Mage, because they beat Poggers, which is considered the strongest Arcane Mage team. And this could be really bad news here, because I think this is my prediction. I think the Agents is going to beat Team HUHU. Team HUHU is going to drop down against Poggers, and I think Poggers is going to beat Team HUHU. And if the Fiends beat Just for Fun, then it might be a rematch between Poggers and the Fiends. And Poggers got knocked down by the Fiends, and they got knocked down as well in Cup number 1 by the Fiends. So they might get they might be one of those situations where they face the same team twice that knocked them out. And it's if you're Poggers, you probably didn't want the Fiends to actually lose there, because now you're in their crosshairs again. But we'll see. Maybe the Poggers learned from that series as well. It's going to be very interesting to see how this lower bracket shapes up.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like that's just been the story this whole time for, EU, but also NA as well. These really strong teams like Poggers, get down to that lower bracket, and it's just like super scary. Sid likes to use the metaphor sharks in the water quite a bit, and I think that's very accurate, because it's certainly not a place you want to be, especially here in Cup number 3. So we are going to head to a break. When we come back, it's going to be Team HUHU facing off against the Agents in another upper bracket series, and then the loser of that one will, like we said, face off against Poggers at the end of the day. So we will see you in a sec, and we'll be right back. Easy clap. Welcome back, everyone. We are going into the game right away. It is still the upper bracket. It's Team HUHU facing off against the Agent Sid.
All right, so the Agent's going to be leading with a main composition. Zepai on Elemental Shaman, Mercy on Demonology Warlock, Asgarath on Resto Druid. They're not going to utilize the Assassination Rogue on this composition, neither on the side of Team HUHU. They're sticking with the Demon Hunter Ellie. This is just a lot of damage in this round for Nagrand Arena. A lot of burst. Ellie Shamans can absolutely eradicate people. So can Demon Hunters. The Demo Lock going to be bringing a lot of crowd control as well as the Demon Hunter. So two evenly matched setups here. Really looking for positioning. It's going to be key. Mercy and Zepai need to play far away because right now Existence is just bouncing between them quite effortlessly, which is going to cost a lot of mana from Asgarath. Fortunately, he had Innervate up to make it all free, but massive damage incoming onto Existence in the midfield. Is he ready for the hits? He's trying to duck for cover with that Fell Rush around the corner, killing off his demon with that Throw Glaive, getting a massive heal and managing to recover. But they did get Vanos' Trinket in the opening stages of this match, which is a vulnerability into the future.
Yeah, most certainly will be. So right off the bat, we're already seeing quite a bit happen on both sides to try and keep their team stabilized. Zeepai really in trouble here. He uses that astral shift to keep himself alive for now, so he's going to be stabilized in just a second. So they're going to be they're going to be seeing that pressure already a bit of a minute into this game. It's game number 1 of a best of 5 upper bracket, so they've got quite a few more chances here, so it's not really too much on the line. But we do know, however, how important these blind picks are, especially if you look at the last game. And teams like this are so even, so we'll have to see if this ends up to a game 5 again. But Zeepai continuing to be on the back foot here. We're just seeing so much damage continuing to go out on him. We're seeing Existence pop that Metamorphosis on top of Zeepai, and you see he's quickly dropping in health right now. Asgrath gonna keep him alive, and he's gonna stabilize him for now, but that looked a little bit scary for him there, Supatees.
Oh, nice unleashed shield, knocking Existence away. They're going to stun him while Asgarath's crowd control, but Frankie's still laying in. Now he's getting feared away. They're trying to bait Existence behind the pillar. He pre-ventral retreats. He expects a stun there, and now he's pulling back to his healer. He's not going to overextend. That was really good awareness from Existence here to retreat back to his healer. He's getting pulled into a really bad spot. Now he's free. He's leading the charge, going for the kill. Is it going to be enough? Asgarath blocks with Iron Bark, and Zeepai playing in this efflorescence, really key to his healing output, but Frankie's now falling behind. Is he just going to die? As we see Astral Shift and Darkness, if he dies through both of those, that's a remarkable amount of damage, but it looks like he will sustain himself. That was everything. Darkness, Ironbark, and Astral Shift. What a huge swing of momentum from the Agents. They just put themselves back in this match.
Yeah, they really did, but that was a lot of defensive cooldowns to do that, so hopefully they can survive for the next go, because they're a little bit vulnerable right now. However, we're seeing that damage go on to Mercy. He's gonna be topped up, however, by Asgrath, and now we're seeing Frankie once again drop low, and if you just saw that last go, they basically have not a lot of cooldowns left. Vanos, so he's pretty solid in terms of mana, so that's gonna be good for them for now, but we're really seeing the team HUHU just kind of be on the back foot, just maybe a little bit more than the Agents. However, right now, everything's kind of evenly matched at the moment. Zeepai having some pressure on him. We're seeing Existence in that Metamorphosis form, blading on top of him. He's still... There goes that Astral Shift as well. Seeing Asgrath in that Tree of Life form out there. He's caught in an in-cap with Zeepai, so... You can bet they're kind of looking to make a play here. Existence still continuing to chase after him all over the map. Zeepai is going to try and hide behind a pillar, but you cannot get away from Demon Hunters. He's also got Metamorphosis up once again. There it is, popped almost immediately. Zeepai going to be using that gate to get away from him, though. There goes that Lightning Lasso out onto Frankie. So he's going to be fine for now, but that was a little bit scary for him. Existence kind of just, unfortunately, couldn't really get anything done there, despite him popping a few damaging cooldowns. So everyone fine for now, but we're just kind of seeing these goes continuing to happen, Supatees, but nothing is really getting done. But I'm kind of worried a little bit for Zeepai. He's still just kind of getting chased all over the map.
He's been doing a really good job kiting, but now Existence gets intercepted in midfield and blasted. Big heals come out from Vanos just at the last second. Every time he's getting clotheslined by Mercy and those Axe Toss stuns. He's supporting Zeepai really effectively here and keeping this game quite even, but both Resto Druids basically have 0 mana at this point. The cooldowns are so slim on both sides. Who will fall first, Existence or Zeepai? Is still getting pressured. He manages to get him back to full health with the rest of his mana. The Druid's trying to drink. We see Vanos far away from Asgrath on opposite sides of the map right now, but taking a drink, you might just lose the game. Here comes the Lightning Lasso. Existence stunned in midfield. Vanos his Tree of Life, though, and Asgrath doesn't have his for 30 more seconds. This is 30 seconds of free healing, basically, for Vanos. He's getting aggressive. He's pushing in on top of Asgrath. He gets a bash. Asgrath trinkets. He could get incapped on his trinket, potentially lose the game here. Existence getting spam feared. They're trying to kite with the Stampeding Roar reposition, but they swap to Mercy and almost drop him outright. Is he just going to go down? Frankie at the same time at 10% gets Mortal Coil back by Mercy. He's leading a counter assault and turning the tables onto Frankie, taking him down with the Dreadstalkers. Unbelievable turnaround from Mercy in game 1.
Jesus, that was really scary. But we did see the Agents. Now they're going to have that game 1 victory. They're going to kind of close it out at the end. And there it is. That's game number 1. Going to be going to the Agents. It's best of 5. And we're going to see Team HUHU very shortly pick a map, decide how they're going to make that next game potentially happen for them. But first, let's talk about that last game, Supatees, and how the Agents were able to close that one out. I mean, did that look like solid to you, or did they kind of just squeak by with a game 1 victory?
I mean, right here is the moment where he squeaked by, right? It's 10% flying through the gateway from away from a demon hunter with metamorphosis up. So a lot of close calls for them, but just all about positioning, crossing long lines, clotheslining the demon hunter in midfield with stuns, and then bursting him down. And then noticing there was an opportunity. Hey, this Ellie Shaman Frankie, he's got no astral shift. He's kind of not in a great position. Let's make a swap. He's in the middle of the map. Mercy starts loading up some dots, and they trade on each other in midfield. Both teams make a swap at the last second, which is key when you're fighting a Resto Druid. And they were able to just bite just the end of it to be able to close it out here onto Frankie. That coil pathing, putting him behind the pillar away from Vanost, was excellent timing from him. Really good kiting overall by Zeepai and support by his team, just repositioning along the map. I don't know if they'll be able to replicate that on smaller maps is the main problem for their team. So I'm kind of hoping that they have an alternative composition, given the fact that we're probably going to a small map next. Another thing is that Asgrath is playing a Resto Druid build that not a lot of Resto Druids play. It's really effective with spellcasters. He's playing the Verdancy talent, which is on the far left side of the tree, and it's when Life Bloom blooms, up to 3 targets within your efflorescence are going to be healed for 97.2% of your spell power. So this is a lot of effective healing when you got a stationary wizard. He puts his efflorescence down on the ground. They can tank damage while standing inside of it, and every time the Life Bloom blooms, they get a huge surge of health extra on top of that. So really good talent choice on this build. Going to be really important for him to keep the efflorescences down. And then anytime he's crowd controlled, it's also extra healing. Something that I'm going to take away, honestly, from the tournament for myself to give a try on the ladder, having seen it.
How often, I'm curious now that you mentioned that, Supati, is like, how often do you sort of take personal notes at stuff that you see while you're casting and you're like, hey, I'm going to try that tonight or tomorrow?
Usually it depends on if it's the same class or a class that I have going right now, because I only have like 3 or 4 classes right now. Um, but it is a lot. Like if something breaks through and I'm like, oh, I didn't actually think about that, and that looked really effective. I'm just gonna steal that. Like that's mine now. Because I'm kind of like I'm a musician too in my free time, so I'm used to just stealing ideas and stuff like that. Just and it's just a musician thing. Musicians will understand what I'm saying here. It's not as bad as it sounds, but this is something you got to do when you're trying to climb, because there's so much to take into account. Like the talent trees are so huge. Like if we can even open a talent tree, so massive, the little minor synergies that maybe you didn't notice and somebody else did, and then someone's like, oh, that was kind of cool. I like that. Now I'm going to take that for myself. And I love the like copy feature, going on the armory, seeing what the talent trees that they are running. Because when you look at this, they're pretty similar. But when you look at the talent tree itself, that one talent difference could make a lot. I also, Asgrath playing Ursul's Vortex instead of the Mass Entanglement. So this way he can put that down on his Shaman. Shaman brings roots. So it's not really a point for him to also be DRing those roots. So he'd rather bring kind of a snare, kind of a suction effect to prevent one of the reconnection spells of the Demon Hunter and synergize his class a little bit more effectively with Zeepai's.
Yeah, and if you want to take a look at this yourself from home, you can go to awc.gcd.tv, but we're kind of looking through the talent tree right now. And actually, speaking of kind of, copying talents, you can export the talents yourself if you want to play the exact build that they're playing, which is certainly a really useful feature if you're, trying to learn and do everything. You can see that button right there on the bottom left. But yeah, I mean, you're definitely right. It's great that we have the sort of the traditional talent tree brought back. You can really fine tune every single play. Unfortunately, there's only like 5 slots or something like that to actually save builds. So definitely a lot of brain power goes behind sort of how you're going to be building your talent tree as you head into this. Does that make it difficult, do you think, between games when you don't really have that much time to sort of think through exactly how you want to play?
Yeah, I mean, you can definitely overthink it too, where you might be like, well, I play this build, but this guy's not, and we're losing. So is it the build or is it something we were doing as a team? It can create debates like that when you're playing. Because like right now, one big difference between the Druids, as you probably noticed on the scoreboard, is the damage output. Asgrath did significantly more damage in that game. I think it was close to 1 million, and Vanos did like 18,000 damage. And that's one talent difference. That is Asgrath playing Nature's Vigil and Vanos not playing Nature's Vigil, which is just a spell. When you activate it, it converts your healing into a moderate amount of damage, which is honestly really effective in this matchup when it's just all about raw damage numbers. How much can you overwhelm them? So getting an extra 1 million points on the scoreboard that are just, maybe it only hits the Demon Hunter for 2,000, 4,000 damage, but it adds up over a 5-minute, 6-minute game. Then you're going to start to see that more represented on the scoreboard, pressure the other Druids' mana a little bit more heavily. It's honestly one of my favorite spells, but not a lot of Druids will run it. So there are actually some pretty big differences here. Vanos choosing to go with Heart of the Wild instead, which is a little bit surprising just because I'm not really expecting him to ever get attacked. And that's usually the main point of running that talent, is that it gives you 2 frenzied regen charges, makes you more durable in bear form. So honestly, I would actually like to see Vanos switch his talents and pick up the Nature's Vigil as well alongside Asgrath, because getting an extra million damage in the game like that, when it's just purely coming down to scoreboard damage, I think it's going to be important for their team.
Do you think that's just like something that he spec'd into because it was the blind pick, and now that he's seen sort of the flavor of this series, he's going to sort of switch to something else?
He might. I mean, I'm just taking a second look at his talent tree again for myself, but yeah, he could just drop Heart of the Wild, turn it over for Nature's Vigil. The thing is you can change them in the waiting room. You can, and
Right.
honestly, because there's so many talents and you can change them so many times, you honestly just forget. You zone into a game and you're just like, oh wait, this is when I needed to take that, and now like I'm stuck in this situation that I shouldn't have been because I forgot to switch it. I see that happening to people so many times when I'm watching streams. It happens to me. That's why I like really finding a build
Me
that's just like, this one works in most scenarios. So if I forget, it's not the end
Right.
of the world. But there are a lot of cases where like you need a one talent against a class, and if you forget to switch it, then you can't beat that class. So moving into this next game,
Yeah.
it looks like he hasn't changed it, although he's fighting a different comp. With an assassination rogue, I think Heart of the Wild is a good tool. It's going to make you more durable. I think that he's likely to be a target, and I love that the agents are flexing their 4-player roster, bringing in Brunhilde here, because a small map would not have worked for the Warlock. There's going to be no kiting on this map, so meeting aggression with aggression here, bringing in Brunhilde for game 2.
Yeah, definitely interesting kind of back on that comment, how we've gone from like Shadowlands where you're locked into those, covenants and conduits and da 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 da, and now we've got this super customizable tree that Dragonflight has brought us. So it's interesting to see how it's being utilized in AWC. So definitely check that out. It'll update for game number 2 in just a second here, but we're seeing the gates open. It's game number 2 on Hook Point. Agents already up 1-0, and we'll see how that composition change also works out for the agents, if they can get
Ooh.
another victory here. Already seeing some action happening here. Oh my god, and Existence might just die in the opener. He's gonna use that Nether Walk. He's still got that Metamorphosis if he wants to put a bit of pressure onto the team here, but he looked a little bit in trouble for a sec there, Sid.
Oh my god, Existence almost ceased existing here in the opener. They blew a lot of cooldowns, and if they can keep maintaining this momentum, they're sitting on Deathmark. They could just swap to Vanos at any point. Earthstun onto Existence. Lava Burst from Zeepai onto Vanos. He ducks for cover behind the pillar. Existence setting up for the hunt. Massive damage here onto Zeepai. He pre-walls the hunt. Sick play by Zeepai. Negates all the damage, but now he's going to be bullying Vanos. He's just running right on top of him. He can just swap over Lava Burst whenever he wants. Brunhilde getting pressured a bit. Asgrath needs to stabilize him and keep him aggressive, but he's getting blasted down at half. Asgrath pre-tranks. He's trying to immune crowd control here at that critical moment of burst damage. They force Frankie's Astral Shift, just cooldown after cooldown, still sitting on that death mark. No trinket on the Druid. He's going to pre-Heart of the Wild here, anticipating a swap. Zeepai is now getting cut down, though. A kidney shot swap on the Vanos. Is he ready? No, but Zeepai will fall first. Is he going to die to Brunhilde? Doesn't look like it. They're going to have to tap out, and suddenly meeting aggression with aggression is a dangerous game, which is going to end in their defeat, tying this up 1-1.
Oh my goodness, Team HUHU, what a showing for that second game. I was talking with Infurion just a little bit before we headed into this weekend, and he was saying that it feels like this is what he said in his own words, which is an interesting way to put it. Like, it feels like the rogue teams are like playing level 80 characters while they're playing level 70, and they had to really fight through like a lot of kind of muddy waters of RMP to get to the top 8 here. And we're seeing them do it once again with that game number 2 when they brought out Brunhilde. So let's see how it all went down here on Hook Point, Sid.
I mean, this is crazy here. So Zeepai gets a pre-wall, but that means he doesn't have his Astral Shift or his damage reduction cooldown in the future, which just opens him up to get cut down. So what happened is they got intercepted. They wanted to go Vanos. They're like, hey, the Druid trinketed blind. He can die now to Deathmark. We should go Druid. We should go Druid. This is all the comms is for Zeepai and Brunhilde. Is like, we can kill Druid. We can kill Druid. But they don't have defense to do it. And when you don't have defense to do it and you try running on top of the Druid right here, you just either get disorganized where Brunhilde's all by himself and then Zeepai just dies. So Brunhilde goes for the swap, and then Zeepai dies. Like, they just didn't have any defense. That was an insane Earthshock. Do we have a death log for that, actually? I hope. I don't know if we're going to get a death log here for that, but like, that was actually the fattest crit I've ever seen. Like, I want to see that. Like, was that an essence break? Was that an Earthshock? Like, it was like 40% of his health. He just got clocked. Like, they're thinking like, oh my god, this Druid is so dead. He's got no trinket. We got death. What's he doing? Oh my god, easy swap. We're gonna take this, and just flops over on the ground just a second later. So really unfortunate for him here. We're going to Runes of Lordaeron in game 3. Team HUHU probably not going to change comp after winning that round. I thought it was going to look a little more dangerous for them, honestly, than it did.
Yeah, especially with that opener, it looked a little bit sketchy, but you know, really solid victory for them. It's tied up, so this is the agents map choice. Team HUHU not making composition changes. The agents that actually did swap for game number 2, and they are going to stick with their guns here. They're going to stick with that same comp. Sid, what do you think about that choice?
This is them saying that they're not going to win on small maps with the lock, and maybe they feel like they got lucky on game 1 with how close they were to dying multiple times, so they'd rather use the rogue. And I think in cup number 1 they used the rogue as well to beat Team HUHU. So it's kind of just a question of, has Team HUHU improved overall to be able to win this series facing the Assassination Rogue or not? I mean, in that last game, it looked really good. Their pressure was super high, just constantly staying in the fight, even despite like what I would consider a devastating opener. Like you had Trank Bubble already used, you had Existence use Nether Walk. I think you also had Frankie use Astral Shift. Like when that happens, usually as a Druid team, you fall apart because you can't keep your hots on everybody, and somebody doesn't have hots, they get swapped to and they die. So the fact that they stayed alive despite that terrible opener and still won the game after that point was very impressive.
So, what do you think now on the side of Team HUHU that they got that victory on Hook Point, and now we're moving to Runes of Lordaeron? They're going to have a lot more space. What does that change for them, Sid?
I mean, I don't know if they're really picking this for space. I think that they want the small map. They want to run down the Druid. They want to just be as close to Vanos as possible for these kidney shot death marks. Because it's literally, if a Druid has no trinket, it's like auto win. It's just your Druid is dead, and you can die through darkness. The main reason you can die through darkness. Oh, we got the death log. What was it? What sent him over the edge here? It looks like lava. A case of the lavas here. Look at that lava. Oh my god! 1 lava, 2 lava, 3, 4 lavas. That's 200,000 damage.
That's a lot of
in 0.4 seconds.
What is that? What is happening in the bottom right there?
The Demon Hunter trying to get in the camera. He's just, I want a screenshot.
Hi, Mom.
I'm on TV.
Funny. Sorry. No, that is. I mean, Ellie shamans are very spoopy. A lot of lava, a lot of burst, and we'll see if they can make it happen here in this next game. So definitely keep an eye on Team Who to see what they're gonna do. The agents looking to change things up, though. They're a little bit on the back foot. It is not an easy place to be in if you do lose that blind pick, however. So if we go to game number 5, things might get a little bit sketchy. But game number 3, 1-1, tied up. This is upper bracket as well, and neither of these teams want to drop down to the lower bracket. That would not be a good position to be in, considering the teams that are down there at the moment, Super Tees.
All right, the agents, Double O Zeepai. Let's see what he can get done here against Team HUHU on Runes of Lordaeron. Getting aggressive and not falling over at the same time is going to be important for them. Swapping to the Druid, getting the Druid involved is going to be the main advantage. I honestly think Demon Hunter could also swap Druid if it ends up being the case, or like Asgrass getting a little bit too cheeky, spending a little bit too much time being aggressive. I definitely think that you could go after him as well. With this matchup. So it's going to be really hectic, really chaotic, high mobility classes just running all over the place with monstrous amounts of damage. Anybody could get chomped up here, and both teams are formidable to be going down to the lower brackets. And I think they fight Poggers, right? So honestly, you probably want to avoid that if you're either team here.
No, that would probably be a smart thing to do. Yeah. So the last match of the day, it is going to be Poggers. So the loser of this one, either Team HUHU or the agents, will go on to face Poggers. And that is the interesting thing about a team like Poggers getting dropped down to the lower bracket. It's kind of fun to see, like, oh, you know, who's going to have to face up against this team? Because obviously, even though that they're down there, pretty much every team that's down in the lower bracket right now is really scary. So the team that does end up getting dropped down is going to have a really long ways to fight their way back up in the hopes to get to all the way to Championship Sunday. So things aren't easy right now for the AWC players, especially in the EU region right now, because they want those points to get into the top 3. Time's running out, and all of these teams are just really showing up, really making their comps kind of perfected. And we're seeing it in the form of Team HUHU and the agents right now. Both of these teams have had a really strong showing so far. So I do kind of wonder if we end up making it to a game 5. I feel like we've seen a lot of those today so far, last weekend as well, which is kind of just like a way to prove that, you know, these teams are really showing up, and they're all really, really strong right now and competitive, and sort of, you know, taking these individual series extremely seriously. So the gates are about to open, Sid. Tied up. It's Team HUHU versus the agents.
All right, let's see if Brunhilde can get a sap or avoid the spectral side of the Demon Hunter. If he gets pulled out of stealth, it could be bad here. He doesn't get that Garrote opener, but he's managed to sneak by. Gets the double Garrote. Big opener for Brunhilde. Immediately going to the Demon Hunter with the first kidney shot. Lava Burst flying in onto Frankie and Existence by Zeepai. He's really tearing him up at the moment. Vanos has to trinket and pop that Tree of Life, which means now he is susceptible to that swap death mark. Existence will need to darkness him pretty much at 100% health if he's caught in that situation, or else he might just die. Frankie at the same time getting cut down. He's trying to kite away with that gust of wind, repositioning away from the rope, and now Zeepai, he's just getting smashed here. Has to trade out the Astral Shift. Brunhilde getting rotted in a swap. Frankie dying at the same time. It's a hectic game of damage output right now. Existence caught in a kidney shot. Can they force the Netherwalk here? Vanos, Ironbarks, he Tranquility Shields, but Existence is still just dying at this point. Is he going to fall over? Vengeful Retreat, trying to immune the stun. We see a stun out on Brunhilde. He's not feeling safe. He's going to pop that Netherwalk, trying to immune some damage, and now next kidney, it could be Deathmark onto him as well. Cheap shot onto Vanos, just getting a little bit of crowd control. Garrote as well onto Existence, boosting that damage quite high. We're still just waiting. When is the trigger going to get pulled here? He's got two juicy targets. A Demon Hunter with no blur and no Netherwalk. A Druid with no trinket. Where's Brunhilde going to go with the damage? Here comes another kidney. Existence is forced to trinket, but he's still dying, even despite killing off the demon. Crazy pressure from both sides.
Existence, Blur just came back up for him. He's also got darkness available for him still, so he's going to be able to use those if he does continue to get that pressure onto him. But honestly, they look like they might just be continuing to be in trouble. Both of these teams coming out of the gate so aggressively. Zeepai might go down. He doesn't have Astral Shift. Oh my gosh, Existence chasing across the map for him. Run away, Zeepai. Oh my god, it is so scary to run away from a Demon Hunter. There's just no getting away from him, but Zeepai manages to do it, but you can still see Existence is not letting go. He did just pop that darkness, so he's going to be able to sit through that. Blur not available anymore as well, so he's going to stabilize through that. But once those are off, I would really be worrying about him. Health is down, and he goes down. Game number 3 here. The Agents 2-1, Sid.
That was a really clean setup. They just waited until the absolute best moment. No trinket. They popped the death mark. Asgrath gets a Cyclone on Vanos, and that just seals the deal. There's no way you're surviving a death mark with no cooldowns, and your healer is crowd controlled at that point in the game. So patience here from Brunhilde, waiting for that perfect opportunity, and they connect it. They nail it. They stay alive through the gauntlet of damage that was thrown their way. They're going to move to match point. We're going to catch it in the replay, just how insane this was to heal for both sides. You see Frankie and Zeepai constantly down at half health, 10% health, immediately trying to recover them back up. Again, I still feel like maybe Nature's Vigil would be better for Vanos in this situation over the Heart of the Wild. Just like if he had like a tiny bit of extra damage for their team, I feel like they might have killed Zeepai at some points in this game. Would be only one slight modification so far that I have seen. But then right here, you're going to see Demon Hunter's no trinket, and he pre-darkness. He's actually in darkness right now, but because the damage is so small and periodic, it's ticking all the time. So it's all just hitting him regardless, and his darkness ends right at the last possible second. Tries to Vengeful Retreat, but with his Druid cloned and no cooldowns anyways, it was pretty much a game over there for him. Really well played, though. That pre-darkness, like Existence had to drop that. When you have no trinket, you've got to drop your defensive before you get stunned and hope your enemies kind of this like overeager and stun you into it, and you get a couple seconds to survive. But now that they lost here, are they going to go to a big map, a small map? I'm expecting they're going to go to a big map. But if they go to a big map, maybe they lock in the Warlock. Maybe that backfires on them. So this could be a very interesting match point from either side.
Yeah, certainly could. We will have to see. We're going to get that draft process started shortly. Of course, loser gets to pick their map, winner gets to pick their comp in response, and then the loser does pick their composition last. So this is looking to be a pretty scary game for Team HUHU. The Agents only one victory away from closing that one out. But like I was saying earlier, we've seen 2 best of 5s or 2 game 5s already today, and we may just see yet another one because Team HUHU, they've been looking strong so far, and they're looking to tie this one up. They are locking in Tolvaron as well, Sid. So your prediction so far is pretty accurate.
It's crazy that Brunhilde did so much damage in that last game. And the Agents are spinning the map here. They're going for their Warlock pick on the large map, so spinning it in their favor here, always having an answer. But Brunhilde did double the damage of an Ellie. Like, these are the best Ellies in the game. You did double the damage of them and a Demon Hunter. Like, Demon Hunter and Ellie scoreboard damage is actually, like, so high. It is remarkable how high. And Brunhilde did double their damage. I'm still trying to, like, fully grasp that, like, comprehend that. Double their damage in that game. that is insane. Like having Brunhilde on your team is going to be really important. He's been multi-classing melee DPS. The fact that he can pick up an assassination rogue and double the damage of veteran players like Zepai on that class, like that is a scary rogue. That is a scary rogue for the tournament here. But he's going to be going to the bench. They're putting him on the bench here on a big map. They don't want to risk the rogue, not being able to connect to his target, but they're going to be able to exploit the gateway, exploit the gust of wind, the ghost wolf, and just run away from this demon hunter and try and get him into a bad position. But still, it might be close. And the Grand Arena was close, so this could be going to a game 5.
So is that what their win condition is? Is that what they're looking for what we're looking for with the agent Supatis? They're just kind of running down the demon hunter?
Yeah, pulling the demon hunter behind the pillar, pulling the demon hunter into bad positions, getting him out in the midfield, getting the healer to chase him out into the open. So basically, you got like a carrot, and you're just like feeding the demon hunter, trying to like follow the chips, come follow the chips. You're like baiting him into a bad position, and then when you get him there, you stun him and you try and blast him once you've lulled him into your trap.
Mm-hmm. What do you think the favorite snack of a demon hunter is?
I'm trying to think of something funny here.
Fell cookie or something? I don't know.
Fell tacos.
Yeah.
Because they're spicy.
Yeah.
They're hot like the Burning Legion. Fell tacos. The hottest taco on Earth or on Azeroth.
Sounds like a hot sauce that Blizzard should sell.
Actually,
something like that.
That actually is true.
Yeah.
Fell the hottest hot sauce. The Burning Legion
Overwatch
can't
got
even
Lucio's.
handle it.
Why can't we have like?
That's actually true.
Yeah. Why can't we have a snack?
0 calories as well, because I want to eat that 0 calorie fell sauce.
Yeah, in stores today. But anyways, let's get to game number 3 here. Game number 4, excuse me. The agents on match point. It's Tolvaron Arena. We're already seeing some plays happen in the middle here. Existence going out, guns a-blazing.
All right, let's see if he gets baited. He's swapping back to Mercy. He wants to hit the closest wizard. That's a common strategy when fighting double casters, is hit the caster that's closest to your healer, because if you don't, he's going to crowd control your healer, and your healer is going to hate you. So if you're a melee DPS, you're playing at home, in this type of situation like Existence, you never want to overextend behind the pillar, hit the closest caster, stay next to your healer so he doesn't get crowd controlled, and help him, and you push as a team and as a unit, and you get them cornered, because right now, look, they've got them closely stacked up as a result of that strategy, which is way more favorable for you as a melee attacker. Frankie's still down at half at the moment. We see Effloret since that build from Asgarath, as Mercy's going to stay inside this green circle. Zepai likely going to reposition that green circle if he keeps getting attacked, I'd imagine, in the near future, but trying to pull Existence out in the open. We're now swapping back to Mercy as he's closer to Vanos, not wanting to overextend, but big Star Surge comes in from Asgarath onto Existence. Vanos dispelling off some dots there, taking a huge dispel damage from that Flame Shock, and he's at about half health, just hovering at the moment. We see Fell Obelisk down here, positioned next to Vanos. I'd like to see him kill that off. It's really important to kill that green kind of pyramid next to Vanos that's buffing all the demons. It's doing a lot of damage here onto Frankie. At the same time, Zepai getting blasted by Existence. Oh my god, he's at 10% in game 4. Gates back to the pillar. Now Existence, is he going to go behind the pillar or hit Mercy? I think hitting Mercy is better. So yeah, he's going to swap back to Mercy, not overextend, and not go behind the pillar. Now that forces Mercy to port, and now they're all stacked on each other. And if you're a demon hunter and people are stacked up, that's a great position.
Definitely, and that was looking a little scary for it, but they're going to head back to the middle. Mercy just kind of getting a little bit pressured down. He's going to try and get that fear out onto Frankie, and is continuing to get that damage here and that pressure onto the enemy team, onto Team HUHU, and things have looking pretty unstable, honestly, for both sides. Maybe a little bit more even than I would have initially thought, but we're seeing those defensives being traded out pretty evenly so far. We're about 2 minutes into this game. The agents really close to finishing this one out. You can bet that Team HUHU is really feeling that pressure to not get dropped down to the lower bracket to face off against POGGERS. So they really want to win this one. They want to stay in this series, but they cannot drop any more games, so they know what's up against them, especially with the agents switching to that warlock composition as they headed into Tolvaron. Excellent adaptation from them. It's kind of the perfect situation for agents. They have compositions that can work in either situation, which many teams aren't able to really see, aren't able to really do. So we'll see if this adaptation does work out for them. So far, Team HUHU really holding strong at the moment, though. Vanos maybe dropping a little bit, though. He's going to be kind of poking behind that pillar over there in the left-hand side of your screen, but he's going to stabilize and be okay right now. So kind of the team is definitely really healthy on the side of Team HUHU, but
You know, you've really been seeing that pressure go out on them kind of just all at once throughout this entire series. And I wonder if we do see a play happen pretty soon. Meta and Blur are going to go up in just a moment on Existence, and maybe we see another go in a second here, Sid.
I think I know why they gave Hex to Shaman players. Is because they just spam spacebar. Look at Frankie jumping the whole time like a frog. He has not stopped jumping the entire game. Even when he turns into a frog, he's RPing even before he's hexed by Zeepai. So I think I understand the lore behind that ability now. Zeepai getting away from the Stormkeeper. Big hits onto him as he's down to half. Existence going to reconnect here with the stun as well. Askrat pre-tranquility shields. I think he immuned the imprisoned there, preventing cross crowd control and allowing Zeepai to stabilize in that scary situation. Now Existence getting rooted up, trying to abuse that Frost Shock route as much as possible onto the unit. But here comes the hunt onto Zeepai. He's going to get stunned. He trinkets the stun, an aggressive trinket. That is something you can punish on a Demon Hunter here. Now with the next Lightning Lasso, if they pull him into a bad spot, but Frankie's getting cracked as well. They swap back to Mercy. Mercy's going to port. Frankie's chasing him down. Mercy repositions. Askrat gets into his line of sight. Here comes Stormkeeper from Zeepai. Where are the lightning bolts going? It looks like Frankie probably would have preferred that for Existence in a stun, but now Zeepai in a stun. Is that fluorescence going to be enough to keep him up here? As Team HUHU looking to try and take it back to a game 5. Gust of wind back to the pillar. Askrat dispelling the dots, trying to stay ahead of the damage. They're going to swap back to Mercy. They get Dark Pack. They're ahead on mana. They're in a good position so long as they don't die in a stun. And here's that stun onto Existence. Big triple combo as he's getting blasted, but his demon procs right at the exact moment he needed it. He's going to kill that off with the Throglaive, heal back to full, get a boost of damage, and then lead the charge here. He could close the game, or at least keep the pressure to stop Askrat from drinking. He's almost completely tapped on mana. His Tree of Life comes up in 10 seconds. Can they make it to that point? Nature Swiftness comes through, but now he's caught in a Lightning Lasso. They're going to reconnect Fell Eruption onto Askrat. He still can't heal for a moment. Fortunately, those hots are ticking away. He's managed to bide time. He's got his Tree of Life. It's going to give him a lot of free healing. Now Frankie with no Astral Shift, no Trinket. He could be a target. He's trying to run away. He's back at the pillar. He gets stunned right out of line of sight. Really good positioning by Frankie. Existence trying to stay on target, gets knocked away into a root, into a Frost Shock. Really good control by Zeepai. Now fishing for a Hex, just trying to get as much damage out of the way for Askrat to drink, who is sitting in the far corner. Existence, is he going to be able to stop him? He's right there. He gets the drink. How much mana did Askrat get? He bashes up Existence. He gates the opposite side of the map. Not that much, honestly. Not as much as he really needs, but he's got Tree of Life, Nature's Vigil. This is going to be a lot of healing and damage added for his team. Can he keep Zeepai alive through the assault? This is the hunt. This is a lot of damage. They root up Existence. They're blasting Frankie. Can they take him out here in these final moments? Vanos is jumping in. Vanos, he's getting aggressive to stop this drink here on Askrat. They're going after him. They do not want to leave Askrat any room to get mana here. They know they can win off this.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, you've seen this team win just off of those drinks. Asgrath completely topped in mana. However, Frankie in a little bit of trouble behind the pillar over. He's got Astral Shift available for him in about 3 seconds. So that's going to be super helpful on the side of Team HUHU. But the agents really a bit on the back foot here. Asgrath is able to get just a little bit of mana left, but I would really be worrying about them right now. Except look at Existence. He's dropping in health over there. Vanos almost out of mana. Also, he doesn't have Tree of Life. It's about 2 seconds till that comes up. We'll see if he can keep his team stabilized. For now, there goes that Ironbark as well. Oh my gosh, okay, we're good. We're good for now. Things are looking a little bit more stabilized, but if you look on the side of the agents, maybe that's not the same story for them. Mercy, I mean, this entire time for the last like 60 seconds, honestly, he's kind of been in trouble. Existence chasing after Frankie. Chasing after Zeepai, continuing to make that connection. I mean, even with the space of this map, they're just not able to get away from Existence. They really cannot control this Demon Hunter. He's got so much mobility. He's really been bopping around the map like a bomb this entire time. Look at that I-beam onto Mercy. So much damage, Sid.
I think he could just fall over. This could be a game 5. How did Askrat heal that? What remarkable healing from Askrat. That was insane pressure. Now Frankie on the back foot. Coil on Vanos. He can't heal for a moment. He's got an S, but Frankie is low. It's match point for Frankie. He's trying to heal himself behind the pillar. Vanos reconnects, gets Nature Swiftness, gets him back into the fight. Now they need to get momentum, but Existence gets clothesline, bash behind the pillar, and absolutely exposed. Victory has been served by the agents. 3-1.
Woo, that was scary. That was a scary game number 3. Game number 4, agents 3-1. They closed that one out. Team HUHU came so close so many times. They were trying to make the non-rogue dream continue to happen for them. They're going to head down to the lower bracket to face off against POGGERS, but the agents are going to be moving forward here in this tournament, Sid.
Yeah, really good game from them here with the Warlock. Really important that they had Mercy on the roster, swapping between those comps on big and small map. They're going to fight MYWAY on Championship Sunday. And this is the performance that the agents needed because they didn't get into the top 8 last week. So really coming back strong here in week number 3 as we cover those final moments. And it was that situation where you exploit the Demon Hunter. His teammates were behind the pillar. I can't believe Asgarath healed this actually right here. Like definitely MVP moment for Asgarath. Like his entire team's dead and he's out of mana. He's not even in Tree of Life, and he actually saves the team right there just enough that they can turn it around. So Frankie ducks recover in Existence. This is where he made a mistake. Look where Existence is. He's trying to stop the drink, but he goes around the corner and he gets stunned. And as soon as he gets stunned, it's lights out. So it was a tough call because in his mind, he's thinking like, if I don't go behind the pillar, the Druid's going to get mana and we're going to lose. But if I go behind the pillar, I'm going to get stunned and I'm going to die and I'm going to lose. So it's like you're dead if you do and you're dead if you don't at that point. Maybe there's some cheeky thing you could have done, Vengeful Retreat immunity or Nether Walk pre or something to try and stop it without going down. But that was such a close moment there. But now he's going to go down to the lower bracket. He's going to have to fight Poggers. Team HUHU versus Poggers. That's a scary opponent, especially if you're going to be using a Resto Druid as your main healer.
Yeah, what about that Resto Druid specifically then, Sid?
It's just susceptible to Arcane Mage, right? Right? Who's going to be playing Kleptomania. You've got an Invoker healer with Met X, with Fire Breath Purge. So double, basically, complete reset wipes on your Resto Druid hots. It's going to be really tough for them.
All right, well, we'll have to follow the progress of Team HUHU as they fight for their lives down there in that lower bracket. But like Sid mentioned already, standings are getting extremely important. Team HUHU and the agents are kind of in 3rd and 4th right now. There's only like an 8-point differential between the two teams. So they've been really neck and neck up until this point in terms of standings, and they're continuing to be really, really important for these teams to try and hoard as many as possible. So we see what they do in the lower bracket, like they were saying to me earlier on in this weekend, Team HUHU, when we were speaking with them, they did kind of hold their own pretty well in the offline games in the middle of this week. To get into the top 8 against those RMP teams. So we'll have to see if they continue that streak as they head into the end of this day. But the agents, absolutely well done to them. We'll see them in Championship Sunday, Super Tees. But that is going to be the end of this series. And that means that we've got the Fiends versus Just for Fun up next. It is a elimination round, Just for Fun, of course. If you weren't watching this morning, had that really quick 3-0 against BAEN. And then we've got, of course, the Fiends, whom we did see earlier on against MYWAY, Super Tees.
Yeah, I mean the Fiends, they're like a Rogue Mage Slayer. Like they're the anti-Rogue Mage right now. So like these Rogue Mages in the lower bracket, I feel like they might be quivering a little bit in their boots. Mind you, Just for Fun is playing a Fire Mage RMP. So maybe that mixes things up. Maybe that changes the matchup. We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, the Fiends have been a kryptonite for these Rogue Mage teams. So I'd be shaking a little bit if I was Just for Fun.
Yeah, I would be shaken a little bit too. So if you do want to see that series, definitely stick around. We are going to head to a quick break. When we come back, of course, we're going to have those last 2 elimination games of the day. It's the Fiends versus Just for Fun. Coming up next, we'll see you in a bit.
Welcome back, everyone, to the AWC. We are in Cup number 3 for Europe, and we're heading down to the lower bracket for an elimination series. This next one should be really interesting, Zico.
Yeah, absolutely. And, things are definitely shaping up here today. We already got some sharks down here in the lower bracket, and we're going to see exactly that. We're going to see the Fiends going up against Just for Fun. And we did see, the Fire Mage come out. Looked pretty good. 3-0 on the day so far for Tillery. And the Fiends, they did beat Poggers, which is, our golden standard of Rogue Mage so far. However, that was with the Arcane Mage. Now, I would say the Fire Mage is pretty good, the Hunter is pretty good into the Fire Mage because you have that Roar of Sacrifice, which makes you, it's kind of a soft counter to Combustion, makes you immune to Critical Strike. Fire Mage, they pop Combustion, they get 100% Critical Strike. So you have a little bit of a trade-off there that you can, you try to save the Roar of Sacrifice for the Combustion. And as the Fire Mage, maybe you try to send the Combustion on the Rogue, bait the Roar of Sacrifice there, and then swap to the Hunter. We've seen different ways to kind of play around that. But also now in Dragonflight, Combustion can just proc randomly, from Time Anomaly. You can also get, those big Hyperthermia procs as well. And you might be able to actually force it out without actually using the ability. So there's, a lot of added variables to the matchup, but we don't have to discuss it too much because it will be a Frost Mage here. Tillery does not want that matchup whatsoever. So it will be the Frost sub RMP coming out here, actually.
Yeah, and the Frost Mage going to have a lot of damage when that Frozen Orb is up. Just allow him to chain cast those Ice Lances. So the real scary moment of the match is going to be the kidney shot. So with the Frozen Orb, that's when Tillery can really get aggressive in the match. What they want to do is go after Tillery, try to deny his blizzards, try to deny his shifting powers, and try to limit those frozen orbs as much as possible. See Rat right now going for a sap. Let's see who they decide to go after. It looks like they will be going after Tillery in the opening stages of the match. And Tillery is actually playing Shimmer into the sub-rogue, so this could be a very deadly situation. Looks like Tillery will trinket out to avoid some of that incoming damage, but now there's making a swap on Nala. Nala forced to trade out his trinket and his vanish. What a close call. Still low, though. This crowd control coming in from Rat is looking beautiful, but now a huge setup here onto Bic Mix. You get a fear onto Zenolin. Looks like he will sit through that big Glacial Spike with the Dark Archangel, and that is going to be enough to scare anybody. Basically, all of Rat's cooldowns trade.
Yeah, beautiful start here for both teams, actually, but it is going to be Chak here down a trinket already. They do have the blind on Nala. There's a Shadowy Duel now coming out onto Chak. They're actually swapping over onto him. No, they do get the cheap shot into the smoke bomb going after Rat, but it's going to be Nala actually on the back foot. He's got nothing. What are they going to do? Zenlin looking for the kill here. Can he find it? And they will be able to take him down in just 2 swift goes here. The Fiends with a monster opener, forcing out, all of those rogue cooldowns after they already got the priest trinket was absolutely huge, basically putting them at checkmate, and then they execute with that smoke bomb for the extra setup, and then they're able to find the kill there. Very, very nicely done.
Honestly, at the risk of sounding biased, the Fiends are quickly becoming one of my favorite teams here in Europe. Just the way they're aggressive, like how aggressive they are in the match. We can see the setup here. So what actually happens here to T-Jax is he gets shadowy dueled. So really good synergy here between Bic Mix and Rat. At the end of the shadowy duel, we get a cheap shot, and out of the cheap shot, we get the full trap. And Rat's able to find the stun here onto Nala, and that's pretty much good game. You have a full trap, you have a full kidney shot. Everyone's just pumping damage. Out of the trap, you get the sap, and the Fiends just do such a great job. Both offensively and defensively. This game was looking great. There were moments for Just for Fun, especially that big Glacial Spike, kind of a panic situation on the side of the Fiends, but ultimately they had enough tools to survive, and I would say this match was pretty much in their favor.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there was that one moment, but and that's the thing, right? That's why Tillery actually is playing that Shimmer, because if you play that Blink Stun, I really feel like your Rogue is just going to get sent. So, I mean, even with him playing Shimmer, if you don't get enough done offensively, I feel like as a mage, you actually will be losing that because you are kind of on a timer, and so are the enemy team. It really comes down to who can land the crowd control, who can deny the crowd control, and who can get aggressive first. It's just a matchup where it's all about the aggression. This time around, it is going to be the Fiends, but I wouldn't count out Just for Fun because we've seen what they can do in that game number 1 today. And we are already just going through the draft very, very quickly here. We got Hook Point up next. and it will be, you know, the same compositions here from both sides. And let's see.
Nala
If we get
sub
the
last
better...
game? I didn't see.
Yeah, he was.
Okay.
So yeah, it's all out the same here, and for just for fun, I think just get an opener, just get as aggressive as possible, even if it's onto Big Macs, and then swap over onto Rat maybe with the leftovers, and it really comes down to who can get those setups, and it's interesting to see as well because it is the Holy Priest as well versus the Discipline Priest. I feel like the Holy Priest is kind of actually good in like really, really fast-paced matchups like this because you have a lot of ways to kind of stall out those goals. You can enter, you know, Guardian form. You have different ways to actually stall out the game with Ray of Hope. And the Discipline Priest, we saw it at the end there. He got cheap shot into a trap. He used pain suppression, still died. So I feel like the Discipline Priest didn't really get too much value there, but we'll see what happens in this next game. Gates are about to open. It is 1-0 right now for the Fiends, and this is the elimination series. So whoever wins advances to Championship Sunday in that top 4. Whoever loses will be out of the tournament.
And let's see if they can find that opener you were talking about. Just get the damage rolling, try to get them on the back foot. Nala right now in stealth. Ooh, he gets knocked out. That is not the opener you want if you are Nala. He's going to trade out. Oh, no. He traded out so much. That was his Vanish as well as the Shadow Melt and the Cloak of Shadows to avoid that opener. They're getting aggressive here onto Rat, but Nala really had to trade in that opener to not get stuck in that stun. We have full polymorph now on Zenolin, and they make a swap over onto Big Mick. Big pressure coming in from Just for Fun, so really trying to take advantage of using those cooldowns from Nala. We have a full trap, and now Nala is the one that is in a little bit of danger. He preemptively trades out the evasion to avoid the incoming damage, and it looks like he will be able to survive.
Yeah, but Nala's got nothing left. He's used his whole spellbook. He could maybe get a defensive Shadowy Duel if he needs to later. There's the full sheep secured now onto Zenlin. Thierry with massive haste. Here comes the Glacial Spike. Big damage. Now will be the Trinket. Cloak of Shadows coming out from Rat. They don't have any more CC there for Zenlin. Actually, they do with a Shadow Step blind. But Zenlin, he knows Rat is fine. He's on stun DR. He's going to sit through this, and Zenlin will be able to kind of read that bait right there. Nala going for the re-stealth. Zenlin is in position for the fear. They're going after Tittery right now as Nala is in stealth, playing it overly defensive. Zenlin looking for that crowd control. Actually gets caught up in another sheep here. Zenlin with quite a big mistake right there, just pushing out there and getting sheep like that. Tittery now looking to do a lot of damage. There's the Frozen Orb with the Power Infusion. He's got so much haste right now on this mage. Very hard to avoid that crowd control as a result, but they don't get too much there. Big Max just uses that Exil heal, and there is that defensive Shadowy Duel coming out from Nala, buying himself more time as Tittery does eat that trap as well.
And nicely done there by Tittery. Will keep his healer out of crowd control, and that was a decent setup there by the Fiends, but unfortunately they got denied. Now big kidney shot here onto Rat. Gets gripped to safety by Zenolin, and Zenolin is actually way ahead on mana. I don't know if the match will come to that, as Rat is getting low. Zenolin does have the trinket to make the trade if he needs to, but opting not to for now. It looks like Rat's going to just go for some counter pressure, a full trap on T-Jack, and that is going to be the ice block. Did they get the Master Spell? Unfortunately, no. Now he gets the gouge, but finally it does land. Now Tittery's in trouble. He's on that hypothermia, so not going to be able to access that second ice block for another 30 seconds. They do manage to weather the storm. Now they put a kidney shot onto Zenolin into a fear, but there's just no aggressive stun. Rat just playing pure defense, going for a kidney shot onto Nala, avoiding Tittery at all costs. But here's the stun. Here's the Frozen Orb. Rat, he bought himself a little bit of time, but it doesn't look like he is going to be able to. The big life swap comes in from Zenolin, saving the day. What a close call.
Yeah, that was Zenlin's trinket into that beautiful life swap right there, and that will be enough time here. But now they have that win condition. Let's see who pulls the trigger first. Jack will be trinketing out of that blind, so the next trap wins the game, or the next sheep wins the game potentially. It's going to be about which one of these rogues can pull the trigger first on the stun. Rat gets pulled out of stealth. Big Mix trying to slow him down. Big Mix actually getting swapped to here. Big damage coming in here with the flurry from the mage of Tittery right now. Dark Archangel also gets popped. There's the full trap onto Jack. What is he going to do? Nala trying to run away here. He gets the vanish. Big Mix flares him out, takes the shadow side as well for good measure, and it will be Nala actually staying alive here in the setup. Now, can they get something onto Zenlin and a stun onto someone here? It looks like Nala actually might just drop here as the void shift comes through from Jack, and now it is completely up to either team. Actually, they're swapping to Czech here. Big damage coming in. What a swap there on the Void Shift. And it looked like Czech actually had a pain suppression. Maybe couldn't use it. Maybe he was in, Hunter Silence. I'm not sure actually what happened there, why he didn't use that one. But it will be 2-0 for the Fiends. But this game looked a lot better for Just for Fun.
Yeah, a lot of close calls. Rat, I mean, he held on at 1% health before getting that life swap. He kind of got stuck behind a pillar out of line of sight. He did do a really good job defensively just before that, but they managed to catch him. They almost took him down. The Fiends hold on with the life swap. They get the counter set up and make the swap off the back of that Void Shift. Really nicely done there, capitalizing on that opportunity and maybe just a little bit of cooldown mismanagement. Ultimately loses Just for Fun that second game, but just pressure all over the place. They were really mixing it up. They ended up taking down T-Jack. They got lots of pressure on Tittery, forcing out one of his ice blocks. They're doing constant setups on Anala as well. This is that really close call. Look at Rat. He just gets so incredibly low. 1% health. The Void Shift comes in. I don't even know if that was cheat death or if he had cheat death or what, but that was such a close call.
Yeah, it doesn't get much closer than that. Absolutely insane. And then here we can see, so what happens to Czech there actually during that swap? So he Void Shifts, and then he has a pain suppression right here.
Kick.
Oh, he gets Shadow Step Kick into a stun, so he can't use it. Oh, that is so unfortunate. Absolutely devastating move there by Rat. And also at the start of that replay, Zenlin, the reason why that Master Spell was a little bit delayed was because he faked his kick with that Master Spell. And then he got gouged. So Zenlin making some big moves, absolutely a beast on that Holy Priest. And Rat as well there with a nice play at the end. Shadow Step kicks that Penance, and then they get the intimidation stun actually by Big Max. So it's just nice to see, they go for the kidney shot onto the Rogue. Rat doesn't have a stun, but Big Max does. And, these players are just in such sync right there. I really thought he would just survive, with the pain suppression on that swap. Usually when you Void Shift, you do have something in the back pockets for yourself, but nothing that Czech could do right there. He went for that Penance, and he definitely got punished.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Rat really coming in clutch there. It looks like we are going to be going to Ashamane's Fall for game number 3. This is the lower bracket, keep in mind. So elimination series Just for Fun might end up getting eliminated here if they can't battle it back in this one. I kind of wonder if they're going to mix it up. Maybe they go for the Fire Mage over the Frost Mage. We'll really have to see, and it looks like they will. Yeah. And I feel like in this type of matchup where you're really trying to finesse and go for crowd control and stuff like that, I think it's one of the things that Frost doesn't accelerate in. Frost is really, really strong for cleave damage, hitting multiple targets, really taking down enemies that are grouped up. But when it comes to a matchup like this, the fact that you have to play splitting ice and you can break your polymorphs, and I feel like it's not as slick as you really want to be in RMP. So I think bringing in the Fire Mage and at least testing it out. I think you are right about the Sacrifice being kind of a traditional soft counter to Combustion, but you also mentioned that, as a Fire Mage now with Time Anomaly and Hyperthermia, you're randomly getting, the Pyro procs as well as random Combustion procs. I feel like as the Hunter, it could be a little bit more difficult to deal with that. It's not quite as scripted as it used to be.
Yeah, absolutely. And you also have a lot of damage that you don't actually care if it crits or not. Like Ring of Fire. You also have, cooldown resets with shifting power. You also have a longer duration on your combustion now. So there is, a lot of windows that you can capitalize on against that Roar of Sacrifice. And I like this a lot more than the Frost Mage personally, because the Frost Mage is just too slow. And like you mentioned, it's too clunky in the setup-based kind of play styles. I feel like Frost Mage right now, much better if you're playing like a Wizard Cleave, where you're just staying back, attacking, getting a CC every now and then, out of a fear or something. Just in general, just cleaving and maybe even killing healers. Frost Mage definitely excels at these things, but it's more about just getting those big spikes, getting those big bursts with that, and it can be really tough to get those off, especially with things like Feign Death, on that Hunter. So the Fire Mage going to be a lot more quick. It's going to be a lot more better offense from them as well. Tillery goes, grabs the combat. And we will potentially just see a standard opener here, potentially on the Tillery. Actually, he gets sapped after he gets that combat. He's stunned behind the pillar. He is trinketing out of that stun. Goes for the Dragon's Breath, goes for the Sheep. And Zenlin actually, I think he had a Holy Ward, or actually he does have a Holy Ward right now, so Chidori not able to find that opener, and already down a Trinket, now getting swapped to as well, taking a decent amount of damage here. Rat's just all over him, double Ring of Frost coming out there onto the Hunter and the Rogue, but no crowd control being found so far. Zenlin entering that Angel mode right now, and this is what we're talking about. Holy Priest can be very slippery at avoiding crowd control. They're going to go after Chidori once again, and it will be Nala actually now getting swapped here, as they did force that ice block. Nala now in a smoke bomb, taking massive damage. Nice blast wave. I think that's a counter smoke bomb. I think there's actually 2 smoke bombs down right there. And it will be Nala's, most of his spell book already used here defensively, but he still has that Trinket and that Vanish in his back pocket.
Yeah, cheap shot on T-Jack into a full trap. This is the nice setup, but Nala gets to dismantle. A bit of a botch setup there by Rat, unfortunately mistiming just a little bit, so Null's going to be able to deny that. Now we have a kitty shot on the Big Mix. Big pressure coming in. Tittery, this is the combustion. Can they just take Big Mix down? Denon's got a lot of work to do. He trades out the Guardian as well as his Trinket. That's a huge trade, but that's definitely the damage you want to see. And combustion is still rolling. They are not out of it yet. He's taking a lot of pressure. They decided to just polymorph him up, try to survive, realizing that they are in a little bit of trouble. If you look at Nala, there's really not too much defense to full trap right now. Where is Nala? He goes for a defensive blind into a sap on Rat, just denying their setup completely. And I really like this play coming in for just for fun. They realize they were in so much trouble. They switch from offense to defense, but Nala's got to hold on just a little bit longer. Unfortunately for the side of the Fiends, T-Jack is not in crowd control, and I think Nala should be able to live.
Yeah, and they kind of had a checkmate situation there. I don't really like that play. I think T-Jack should have just trinketed that setup, and they should have went for that offensive blind onto Zenlin instead. He had no trinket. Now T-Jack is in a full trap here. Nala trying to kite here. He gets gouged onto Big Max. They deny the follow-up for a little bit, but they do get that fear, and T-Jack actually will use that Will of Forsaken. Now here comes the kidney shot onto Nala. T-Jack casting penance here. Very, very risky. He might need to, though, as he doesn't appear to have any cooldowns to trade anymore. He does use that dome, and he does manage to keep Nala alive. Now it is up to Tittery here. Can he land the Dragon's Breath Sheep? Look at Zenlin being so annoying here, and they do get some damage off here onto Rat, and they do actually blast wave Zenlin away. Tittery still looking for the polymorph, but Zenlin, an absolute fiend right now on that Holy Priest, doing such a good job avoiding that crowd control, even getting the follow-up fear here. They're turning it around onto Nala. There's the cheap shot onto T-Jack, and that is the shadowy duo from Rat. Can Big Max and Zenlin take Nala out? Does not appear to be the case here, as Nala does recover here. Full sheep finally secured onto Zenlin. There's the Ring of Fire. Here comes the damage onto Rat. They do have the combustion. They pull the trigger on it. They go after Big Max. Big Max forced now to trade out that aspect of the turtle, and so far the fireman is looking a lot better for just for fun. There's a full blind now onto T-Jack. He's got the trinket. There's the kidney shot. There's a smoke bomb. Rat looking to try to close this one out, but he can't. He gets feared up there. Beautifully done there as well. Zenlin actually ducking in for that fear, and Rat now in a kidney shot, but Zenlin in holy mode. There's the kidney shot onto that Spirit of Redemption, and both of these teams now just one setup away here from grabbing the win. Who's going to get it, man?
It's hard to say. Nala just vanishes away, but he gets caught there by Big Mix. Now into the gouge. Nala on the run. Full polymorph secured right now on his Zenlin. Do they have the counter set up? Rat's just going to go for the cheap shot on the Nala and try to get away. So both these rogues kind of realizing when they're in trouble, but you can't leave Big Max alone. He's got no aspect of the turtle. He's in a kitty shot into a cheap shot. Do they have the damage to drop him? Zenlin says no and denies with the Guardian Spirit. Ends up keeping him alive. Defensive blind now onto Rat coming in from Nala. T-Jack has no mana left. The Fiends, they just have to hold on for a little bit longer, and they might just win because there's no gas left for TJ. There's a full trap that has landed, but Zenlin has a lot of work ahead of him at the same time, though Nala is taking a huge hit of damage, and his health is going nowhere but down. T-Jack has nothing left to keep him up. The sap's coming in as well, so lots of crowd control, no healing. Big Mix at the same time could fall. We could easily see a cross kill, but it looks like it's going to be Nala that falls first. Somehow defiantly surviving. A heal comes in from T-Jack. Nala just going to be running away, hiding at the pill at the same time. Rat might fall, and it looks like Tittery might be able to take him down. It's so low. Kitty shot. He ice blocks out offensively to take down Rat. Look, everyone is burning down. We could see a triple kill here. Big Mix could easily fall. Somehow he's alive. They go for a setup here on Nala. Rat doing it. Holds on to 1% health. Unbelievable. Now, this is not over just yet, as Zenlin is out of mana, but Tittery cannot believe what just happened. I mean, that replay is going to be insane. I swear Rat lived at like 2% health.
Yeah, Zenlin is a monster, man. How does he do that? At the end, I think I saw him channel a Symbols of Hope for just like 1 second, just to get just a little bit of gas back into the tank. so he could get a little bit more healing out just to keep his team alive for just a couple of more seconds. And also, I wonder what happened when he blocked the kidney shot, because it looked like Zenlin moved forward there and actually feared him out of that, but I'm not sure if that's what happened. Everything was just happening so fast right there. We're definitely going to need to see the replay of those final moments. That was a game for sure to end it on. What a performance from both of these teams. You know, you got to give it up to Just for Fun as well. Definitely, I feel like if they played Fire Mage this entire series, it could have been easily, in their favor, but we are going to see exactly what happened here. It is a little bit earlier in the match. We see Nala taking quite a bit of damage. This is the double smoke bomb, I believe. There is two smoke bombs right there. So the offensive smoke bomb gets countered by the defensive one. And then here, towards the end of the game, Zenlin trinkets out of a polymorph. And you can see Big Mex here is almost dying. He activates the Holy Ward. And you can see that Ring of Fire really doing a lot of work. And here is the moment onto Wrath. Look at Wrath right there. Drops to 1% HP. Kidney shots Tillery. He ice blocks that. And then Zenlin, what does he do here? Does he fear Tillery? Yeah, he does fear him out of that ice block. And then look at that Symbols of Hope. Big Mex drops to 1 HP just to get a little bit of mana left. Manages to top Big Mex and manages to actually keep him alive. Zenlin, what on earth, man? That is insane.
That's heartbreaking for Tittery, right? Like, you have someone at 1% health, you have combustion rolling, you block offensively out of the kidney shot and just get feared, and you're just watching him walk away. Oh, no, absolute disaster. But I do agree with you. I feel like if Just for Fun had locked in the Fire Mage from the beginning of the series, this could have potentially been a different result. I mean, the Fire looked a lot better in that game number 3, but it is going to be the Fiends that do come out ahead with their Thug Cleave, and they will be eliminating Just for Fun and kind of marching through that lower bracket. So we'll see more from them on Sunday.
Yeah, absolutely. The Fiends, they make another top 4. So far, they made a top 4 every single week. And they're, if we see the bracket a little bit later on, they're on a collision course against Poggers here. This could be another one of those cups where they actually send Poggers out. And, we already mentioned it. Poggers, I do believe, are in first place, tied with Admirals Esports. So Admiral Esports, they're not here to get any points. Poggers might get knocked out, somewhat early, and all of a sudden, you still got the Agents in the tournament. They had a bad run last week. They're back now. They got the best seats in the house. A top 3 finish pretty much guaranteed for them in that upper bracket. And it's going to be a tight race here in Europe for sure, because if Poggers falls down and they don't, get an overwhelming amount of points here, it's not going to be looking too good for them. And we do see it right here. So it is the Fiends versus whoever wins between Team HUHU and Poggers, which will be our final series of the day here. Then you see MYWAY and the Agents up in that upper bracket right there, just trying to stay up there as much as possible. They do not want to drop down here and face off against the Fiends, against Poggers. And it's really tough to call actually who's going to be able to take this cup. It could be any one of these teams, honestly.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that. Yeah, Team HUHU going up against Poggers in our next match. I think that makes for an interesting game. I mean, Team HUHU seems like they're kind of favoring that Demon Hunter Elemental Shaman, as well as the Elemental Shaman Warlock. And I kind of feel like the Assassination Rogue, Evoker Arcane Mage is a really good matchup to them. Do you think that there's anything else that they could run potentially, or are we going to see something else besides the Druid?
For me, it's not really that much about the Druid. Well, Vanos plays Evoker as well, so we could see him on an Evoker as well. But I think the biggest question mark for me is the Ellie Shaman. I feel like Ellie Shaman into, Asa Rogue Arcane, you're just not having a good time. You're spending the whole game in a kidney shot, just dying. So I feel like that's potentially DH demo. Like, is that a thing? I really don't know. I don't know what else they have cooked up in their sleeve. Maybe they start the series with, their best comp. Maybe they start with like Demo Ellie or something with an Evoker, and then they can maybe take it from there. I really can't say. I feel like Poggers definitely on paper have the advantage here comp-wise.
Yeah, I think so too. The Kleptomania as well as that Fire Breath Purge is going to be super strong, but we'll see how Team HUHU responds to that in the blind pick. We'll have the series next after a short break.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We've got game one, Team HUHU versus Poggers. This is going to be a very exciting lower bracket game. Poggers facing elimination throughout the entire day, and I'm very curious to see how Team HUHU actually are going to stand up against them, given the fact that their compositions can be exploited quite heavily by the assassination rogue tactics of Team Poggers, and that's exactly what they're doing. But they are leading with a disciplined priest. Max has been flexing out throughout this on the day. It seems a little bit strange, honestly, especially considering the amount of damage that's available from this Demon Hunter Ellie. I'm not sure if a Disc Priest is going to be able to last long enough, Aya.
No, I definitely don't think so. We'll have to see, though. We're heading into game number one here. It is an elimination last series of the day, too. So we'll see what they can do. We know how Poggers has been playing this season. This has been the dominant team in the European region for quite some time, and they're up against an RMP. When we spoke with Team HUHU earlier this week, they said that they did have to battle it out against quite a few RMPs to make it here. And now, Sid, there's only one standing in between them and making it into Championship Sunday.
All right, Waz stunned up behind the pillar. It's all about keeping Frankie away from the rogue as much as possible, but really tough to do. Max is laying in with his teammates as well, adding a lot of extra damage here onto this elemental shaman. Vanos is trying to power through the assault, but Smoke Bomb comes down, line of sighting his incoming heals. He's going to use Tranquility Shield to heal through that effect and try and stabilize him desperately. They've used everything, and Deathmark is still waiting in the wings. They could swap to the Druid with no trinket, but they're setting up for a Ring of Frost. Max in position with a Psychic Scream. He gets the Psychic Scream on the reverse magic. It's a double. Tremor Totem from Frankie breaks it. Now Waz in trouble, getting cut down at 30%, somehow keeping themselves alive in this match, but for how much longer? He's at half health. Ironbark available. Vanos needs to pre-Ironbark this next setup. He gets the Ironbark to get the darkness. He should survive this setup. Now Waz with no trinket and no cloak, and the hunt is available. If they get a stun on Waz and CC on Med, that can definitely take him down.
Yep. Well, we'll see if he can stay safe. Frankie continuing to look like he's in trouble. He's got Astral Shift available in about 45 seconds, and I don't know if that's going to be enough, but look at Waz. He just forced out that evasion, using so many defensives to stay alive. Met as well. He's about half health. He's trying to keep his team stabilized, but on the other hand, Team HUHU goes down.
Insane back and forth game number one here, but Frankie just couldn't stay afloat long enough to take down Waz, and this is the dangers of Poggers. I just would not want to be a Resto Druid facing this team. Absolute nightmare situation, and Met X on that Priest looked even more lethal. I'm sure when we get the damage breakdown, we're going to see how much damage he actually did in that game, because I'm sure it was a truck ton. Definitely popping off in game number one. And this is what they need. Like, they need a strong comeback as this team. Like, this is supposed to be the front runner, you know, just like top dog in the European region. And their performance has been honestly below expectation, I think, even for themselves at this point. So this is the type of domination that we would expect to see from the likes of Poggers. Team HUHU did still put up a fight. Look at these close calls just constantly onto Waz, but inevitably Frankie will be overwhelmed towards the end of this match. And I'm really excited to see what the damage breakdown is here for Poggers and how much damage was Met X able to get off in a game like this, because there's not really a lot of crowd control for him. He can just sit back, cast Mind Blast the whole game, set up for death range, and do a ton of pressure here. So really excited to see what this looks like. Like, did he get to pop off as much as I'm thinking? Maybe it was all Waz. Like, how much damage did they actually get here in game number one? If they could have survived maybe one more setup, they might have had a chance to win here. But looking at the breakdown, getting 1 million damage, honestly, that's kind of lower than I was expecting from him. I was expecting that to be a little bit higher. Raikou hitting 2 mil, and honestly, I feel like that's impressive. Usually when there's an Ellie Shaman and an Arcane Mage, the Ellie Shaman's doing like triple the damage of the Arcane Mage. So honestly, Raikou did a really good job in this game specifically to get his damage even comparable to the Ellie Shaman and the Demon Hunter. And then, of course, Waz here at the top, showing off again on the Assassination Rogue at 2.9 million.
Yeah, definitely. That's some Giga Chad damage at the top there. So game number two, we're going to be heading into very shortly. Team HUHU, they are on the back foot. Losing that blind pick in a series such as this could be really detrimental, as this is their last chance to stay in this one. And now they're against one of the hardest teams right now in this league. Poggers is, of course, number one in terms of standings right now, tied, of course, with Admiral Esports. They, however, are not in this tournament. So Team HUHU really looking to try and get as many points and stay in this one just a little bit longer. So, I mean, what do you do if your Team HUHU said moving into this next one? Do you try that again? Try and keep your Ellie Shaman alive? I mean, they are going to hook point. So does that tell us anything about what their plan is?
You're going to a small map, and I'm trying to second check their roster. I think they're going to try and play a melee cleave. I think, but do they really even have a melee cleave? What could Infernion alt anything? Because usually with a disc priest, you want to bring in like a death knight or something like that. But I don't
Right.
know if they have that available. And now it's been locked in. So this is the moment of truth. Is this like a bluff? Do they have some sort of cleave they're going to use here? Because I wouldn't think you'd want a small map as a druid into rogue mage. I would feel like that's almost throwing. So unless they've got something else, they don't. They're locking in the same comp. That is a bold move, Cotton, by Team HUHU here. There's not a lot of distance to kite and avoid getting cross crowd control, get overwhelmed. Maybe they're just saying if this turns into a blender ball where we're just all stacked together like this, we're going to come out ahead.
Right.
I'm very curious to see if that's what they think, because I think it's probably the opposite, where they're just going to be miserable and there's going to be a lot of suffering on their side.
Team Hoo you mean? I'm
Yes.
assuming.
I,
Yeah.
Maybe they
Uh,
prove me wrong, but I think this might be like the most disgusting domination we have ever seen so far today, is my expectation. Like the Poggers are going to absolutely slug them here on Hook Point.
Yeah, this will for sure be interesting. Hook Point, smallest map in the rotation for AWC at the moment. So definitely keep an eye on Team HUHU and their positioning, especially. But who do you think their victim is then on Team HUHU? Who goes down first? Is it Frankie again?
I mean, it's probably Frankie, but it
Not
could
that
also
I
be
not to
Vanos.
count them out, but if they
Yeah,
die, sorry.
could literally be anyone. I think as soon as Existence doesn't have a trinket, that Demon Hunter is really good to kill as a rogue. Ellie's are
Mhm.
really good to kill as a rogue. Druids are really good to kill as a rogue. It's like Poggers are walking into a buffet right now, and it's just like, I'd like to have a little bit of the Druid, a little bit of the Demon Hunter, a little bit of the Ellie. Like, this is good. I like that. That tastes good. Like, they can do whatever they want. They can pick and choose. They can eat the whole rack of food if they want, and just triple kill here. So it's like Team HUHU, you got to surprise me right here with this setup. Like, you picked Hook Point, this Resto Druid comp into this. Like, you volunteered this situation. Okay, this is on you. What is about to happen?
Little charcuterie board here for Poggers, just a little nibble here and there. So, all right, it's going to be very nutritious game number 2 for Poggers, potentially. Team HUHU, though, what can they do on Hook Point? Frankie already in trouble, about half health. He's still got that astral shift. We're seeing Vanos use that life tree, and he's getting chunked down in damage as well. He's not really even going to be able to use it. Stuck in that stun. He's still got trinket available, but he's really in trouble. Darkness goes out, or darkness still available as well from Existence. We'll see if he ends up using it to try and stay, keep his team stabilized, but they're good for now. Frankie does end up using that astral shift, so he's going to be fine from, or be saved a little from that. But I mean, Poggers continuing to be relentless. Poggers has been dominating EU for so long. They've got that RMP. They're down in the lower bracket, which is not a place that they want to be. They want to get to that championship Sunday and continue on in that first place position for standings. But Team HUHU, they're really fighting it out
dead.
here in this game number 2. You think he's dead, Sid?
Why didn't he kidney? He death mark, but he didn't kidney. Now he kidneys like way too late. He's ironbarked. He's in heart of the, what? Why did he death mark so early? He sent it before he had a stun. Vanos was dead. Maybe he's dead anyways. He might just be dead anyways. But he was so premature on that death mark. He just threw it. What, the smoke bomb? I don't know what the smoke bomb is about. If it's defensively or what this is, but it's not accomplishing too much here. They had the game. It was Druid, no trinket. Maybe they just swapped to the Ellie. It's a case of the buffet, right? Like, oh, full sheep. Oh, it ended up, oh, reverse magic. Is it enough here? No, it's not. Another sheep comes through. Raikou definitely putting the team on his back here for this game, because I can't believe it. If Vanos managed to survive right there, that should have been lights out, but I think we'll see it in the replay. Waz just sends his death mark before he has a stun, and that bought time for Vanos to get Heart of the Wild up. I don't know if he was going to flex on him or something. It was like where he was like, I want you as strong as you can possibly be for this attack, just to make sure that I can kill you with it anyways. Like, is that what he was thinking? Or did he think he had kidney and he didn't? Like, what? Did he shadow meld the kidney? Like, I need to see a replay on this, because it didn't make any sense that he just sent those cooldowns when the Druid had no trinket. So this is before that point. This is when he let him get Ironbark. He's Heart of the Wild. He's in bear form. He's as tanky as he can be in this situation, even as Battle Master. And then he gets around the corner and he actually gets away from that situation. And then why did he smoke bomb here? Just line of sighting the shaman so he doesn't get a hex maybe? He's still got the hex on the mage. But Raikou here gets some really nice sheeps on Vanos. I feel so bad for him, because it's like, what are you going to do? Your shaman's at 30%. Like, you can't avoid all of the sheeps and heal your shaman who's at 10%. You probably have no hots from Klepto or something in that situation after they just went you. So really tough situation right there for Vanos. And you can see like the map, like they picked this situation. Okay. They did this to themselves. They picked this map. Maybe this is the only comp they have, but there's no way, man. Like there is no way you can pick Hook Point. There is no way that feels like, is this? No, we're still watching. We didn't get the replay before this point where he got the kidney shot him or popped the death mark before the kidney. Because I was thinking like maybe there's a chance for them to win right there. With how tight that was, but yeah, this is looking really one-sided now. Raikou actually out damaging an Ellie shaman and a demon hunter. Like that is crazy pressure from Raikou in this match. Like usually arcane mages, they really struggle with these classes and trying to keep up with them. He's doing huge pressure on this team, which is just adding into the mix here for Vanos to try and heal. So like I'm just looking at their roster again and I'm just like, what can they do? Like, do they bring in a warlock? I honestly don't think I would mind trying a warlock, a demo lock with Infernion against a priest healer. Like if you know it's a priest healer, maybe you can dampen them, stay alive, and run the priest out of mana. But with this comp that they're running right now, like this does not look like it's going to work. These small maps is just going to be Vanos running for his life while his DPS are sheeped and can't move. And then if he does get caught in the situation where he has to swap back and keep hots going, it's going to be really rough. So I would like to see them try something different, especially if they see a priest.
Yeah, for sure. An interesting choice there. Poggers getting a very quick 2-0, to be honest. That last one was especially rough for Team HUHU. And like Sid has been saying, they do have a fourth member that we could potentially see being taken off of the bench here, but I mean, they're kind of out of options. They're out of chances. They can't drop any more games, or they're out of the tournament. They don't even make it to Championship Sunday, which would not be good for Team HUHU. They're not currently in the top 3 of the European region if you look at how many points that they have as a team heading into this weekend. So actually, I lied. They have a lot for the rest of the teams here in EU. So I mean, it's for sure important, but that is not important as important as this composition team who is running. Sid, talk to me about this.
Okay, so I wanted the warlock. I didn't expect Destro, and Vanos is not playing a druid, which is you shouldn't play a druid. I don't think you should play a druid into RMP. I just think that that is not a good time. You're not going to have fun, and you're going to lose every game. So I think playing a different healer here is a really good choice, and running the Evoker to counter the Death Mark is also a really good choice. I don't know how I feel about the Destro, but Destro does a surprising amount of damage. It's easily the highest DPS, I think, even possibly more than Affliction. At least it's more threatening than Affliction damage, especially with the pace of dampening being a bit slower in rank 3s compared to solo shuffle. So I think it's going to be good. You get the double mortal coils out of double stuns. It's going to be a lot of cleave damage, a lot of pressure, and the Evoker to back them up. But I'm trying to think if we've ever seen this comp in a tournament. Like this is the first time we've seen it. Evoker, Demon Hunter, Warlock. Pretty sure it's the first time. Like. I mean, it's just a lot of chaos, right? You got 2 chaos classes and a dragon, and I mean, it's going to be a lot of damage. Poggers need to be really careful, I think, about stacking up here and getting cleaved. So I would have liked this comp if they tried this comp on the last map, and it's good here on Dalaran. Stack them up, get triple stuns, triple cleave with the Bane of Havoc, Incinerate's flying out onto multiple players, just getting lots of instant damage out with Shadow Burn and Conflagrate. Destro can do a lot of damage even with the Rogue on them. With the build that they run now with Incinerate, it's a little bit less Chaos Bolt focused than previous Warlock builds. So I think this is really good, actually, on their part.
So they like the close quarters of the map then.
I think with this comp, normally a wizard wouldn't want a small map, but when you got a demon hunter, I think it's fine because you just want to stack enemies, you want to cleave, you want to AoE, do as much damage as possible, and run the priest out of mana. So I like this. This is like the type of curveball I think that Team HUHU need to throw, because like, you really going to do that again? That last game, you really want to do that again? I don't think so. I think we've ran the experiment, and the Demon Hunter Ellie is not going to work.
The results were inconclusive. We're going to move on, go again. But just to go back to kind of what I was saying, a correction, they are currently here on the side of Team HUHU, actually 3rd in terms of points when we headed into this. So, you know, they want to stay in that position, which is honestly kind of a really scary position to be in, defending that 3rd place title.
So we'll see if they can defend it as we head into game 3. They are running out of options to say in this. They're bringing out Infernion from the bench, not someone we've been able to see just yet here. We'll see how Poggers does handle it as we head into Dalaran Sewer, Sid.
Existence is immediately going in on MetX, getting combat, doing damage, trying to run that mana bar down to 0 and hitting whatever he can, but now he's peeling back to Waz, stunning up on his Garrote. I-Beam gonna connect, monstrous amounts of pressure. Raikou at the same time launching an Arcane Surge, big damage onto Infernion. Vanos, the first time we've seen him swapping off Resto Druid. Let's see how he does here. He's pre-renewing Blaze, pre-time dilation here onto the crowd control, but it looks like they might swap right after the renewing Blaze. They break the Polymorph. Really surprised to see them break the crowd control here onto Vanos. That was a long... No, sorry, it was reverse magic by Existence. Sick plays on his part. Big rewind coming in from Vanos here. Huge value, healing all of that damage back in the last 5 seconds onto Existence and Infernion. But you're playing Evoker for the first time against Poggers, running their main composition, Rogue Mage Priest. Is it going to work? Waz is taking a lot of damage right now. Max drops the barrier to soak up the hits. Cheap shot set up from Waz, sending up Raikou for a Polymorph, and he connects it. Now Infernion caught into a kidney shot. He can't move. He's caught into a smoke bomb. This could be it for him. They drop on any resolve. He's dead through absolutely everything. Poggers crush it in game 3.
Oh my gosh, that was the quickest 3-0 I think I've seen in a long time. They're just wiping their hands clean of that match. Waz is gonna shake it off. That was, they made that look honestly easy. Poggers have been waiting in that lower bracket all day, and they just made a quick run of that series. Team Who unfortunately knocked out of the tournament. That's the 3rd place team at the moment for standings, so that is saying something pretty big here for Poggers as they're moving forward to Championship Sunday. Super Tees, they're going to head off against the Fiends.
All right, let's see what they can do on Championship Sunday. I mean, this replay was really gnarly. The fact that Existence got that reverse, like he was 1 second away from getting feared and not being able to get it. And then I honestly was not expecting this amount of pressure. Like Infernion was just dead the entire game. Like look at MetX and Raikou. They're both free casting. And you like a Discipline Priest, Arcane Mage free casting like this is going to be really scary. You get the Asa Rogue just in their face, getting stuns, Garrote, setting up damage, reconnecting, connecting the kidney shots, and just going for the kill. Like absolute monsters here in this game. I wouldn't be surprised to see them just completely dominating the scoreboard as well here. I do appreciate Team HUHU's efforts here to try and break something out that was different, because honestly, I don't think playing the same composition was going to work for them. This is something that could possibly work for them. I think more importantly, Vanos' Evoker play is something that they could work on moving into the final week. It's going to be their last opportunity here on this run to earn some points, but there still is one more week. And if they can have an answer for these Assassination Rogue, Arcane Mage teams, then they're going to have a really good shot in that 4th cup.
Most definitely. So for sure, keep an eye on Poggers and Team HUHU as well as they return for cup number 4 next weekend. Because I mean, they still got a big chunk of points, so we may see them continue on here into the grand finals, but time will only tell. But that being said, Poggers taking that last victory of the day, so they're moving forward. And now, how do you think? I know you kind of mentioned a little bit, but they're up against the Fiends for the first game on Sunday.
Yeah, and judging by that last RMP that they just did for fun, like I don't think they're going to run RMP. You know what's crazy about their team is they should probably play a composition similar to what MYWAY played. Bring in some type of Shadow Priest composition, and like the Shadow Priest Feral Resto Druid actually looked like a really good pick into the Hunter Rogue. It was really durable, a lot of cooldowns you have to work your way through, no clear obvious line for the Subtlety Rogue. So kind of maybe doing a 180 and maybe incorporating Chanimal as well, trying to bring in as tanky of a composition as possible could be a route for them to thwart them in the lower bracket on Sunday.
You want to see them continue? Would that work with a Holy Priest?
I mean, Poggers don't have to use a Holy Priest. Max could play.
Oh, I was talking
Evoker.
about I thought we were talking about the Fiends. Sorry.
No. The Fiends are going to play the same comp. I don't think the Fiends are ever going to change their comp.
Okay,
There's no
got
way
you.
that the Fiends are ever going to change their comp at this point with how much they've been riding this. So I'm not expecting that. It's Poggers that have to change because they're the ones losing to them every time they see them.
Yeah, true.
So it's been week after week. They've been struggling with this. So I really hope that they've got some type of different composition lined up for them on Sunday.
Yeah, definitely. It's always a little bit jarring seeing, teams that you're just kind of used to as a caster, used to seeing win week after week. And then obviously Poggers is still like number 1 right now in this region, but this is like the second time that we've seen them here down in the lower bracket. So it's just kind of interesting that we're seeing the hierarchy, I guess, of teams being really shaken up by these sort of newly formed rosters here in Dragonflight. So super exciting to see the Fiends. Definitely a team you want to look for, as is MyWay and Agents. That's going to be that's the semifinals that we're going to be seeing on Sunday for the second matchup of the day. The winner of that one will determine who moves on to the grand finals. So those are two very different teams also, Super T's.
Yeah, I mean, this is the best performance we've seen from MyWay. But do they have enough to crack the defense of the Agents? Because the Agents are just going to bring a brick wall. They're just going to bring the Ellie Shaman comps. They're going to bring the Demo Warlock comps to be really tanky. And I don't, does MyWay have a way either to outlast them or to cut that line fast and close it out? Are they going to utilize Tony on Feral, or are they going to utilize him on Rogue? Typically, Rogue has been tough for the Agents. So I'm imagining they're going to want to use some type of Rogue comp. But they could come through with literally anything, right? Like this team historically, when they were victors of the European region, was using only Jungle Cleave. Now they got a bunch of different comps with Luxia on the team with Resto Druid and Evoker. And of course, tomorrow we've got North America. We got some really stacked names here moving forward into this bracket. Really excited to see them all play and how they perform. In that lower side, Power Men battling for their tournament lives versus Big Borst, who are making their second debut. Last cup, they got 8th place. Now they're looking to try and do a little bit better. Hidden Gamers versus Ascension. So some new names here. Hidden Gamers, Reedy. This is a really strong Discipline Priest team. Really nice to see them make it through from just being on the ladder now into tournament play. And Nazem as well has been playing in these tournaments for a while. It looks like he's managed to pick up at least a 4th member for his team now. And when I'm looking at the roster here, so curious to see how they perform moving forward in that lower bracket, or sorry, RNG on the upper bracket with Nazem. Seeing how they perform with the 4-player roster could be tough for the Golden Guardians, honestly, with the fact that Windwalker Monks have generally been tough for them. So curious to see if RNG can survive the assassination meta and make their composition work.
Yeah, it's going to be the ultimate test. So if you want to see those North American games and cheer on your favorite team tomorrow, be sure to tune in. And it's going to be here, of course, twitch.tv/Warcraft. It's going to be the same time and same place as well. And also be sure to follow us on Twitter if you want some updates as we go along, Super T's. But I mean, what's your biggest takeaway for today?
You can't sleep on any team, even though that says one more sleep. You can't sleep on any team in the competition because you'll get knocked out. Like some of these big names are not making it to broadcast. They're struggling week after week. So you got to bring full respect for every team. You got to have answers for every composition that could possibly come out. Definitely, you got to be ready. And if you're not, like, you might not make it. And it's a really tight cut right now if you want to make it into the top 3 and have a guaranteed spot.
Most definitely. So we're going to see North America do just that tomorrow. Like I said, same time, same place. You can tune in here, twitch.tv/Warcraft at 10 a.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. CET. And then once again, follow us on Twitter at WoW Esports. And we will see you guys soon. Thank you so much. Have a lovely night.